We could feel it in the air when we got to the ballpark this afternoon. The air was heavy, cloudy skies, and now it's been raining for about a half hour or so at Nationals Park. Tarp is on the field. Obviously, we'll be late for a 6:05 first pitch. How late remains to be seen, but we have plenty to talk about in the meantime. In fact, Dad and his little guy going to talk some baseball while they wait for game 2 of this 4-game series against the Cincinnati Reds. Nats won again last night, 5 in a row, 4 of them on this homestand. Things are going well. 1 week ago, didn't seem so good when we were out in Milwaukee, still trying to get a win any way they could. Baseball's a funny game, and you've been a part of it for a long time. Amazing the ebbs and flows and how quickly things can change.
That's why I was trying to talk people off the ledge during the middle of the 7-game losing streak, because even the best teams in baseball go through those streaks, and now you're right back to where you started. The Nats playing as good as ever. We knew they just had to get home, but they had been playing out of their suitcases for most of the year. Now they're in their white unis and getting it done.
Pitching, starting pitching seems to be a little better. We've had Lucas Giolito's debut this week. And now over the last 12 games, we measured the previous 5, or the last 5 and the previous 7. Total turnaround. The run differential is big. The runners in scoring position really good, and that's one of the main elements that was missing on the road trip.
You could start that graphic with average with runners in scoring position, because that's the most important thing there. I mean, they were getting the big hit on the road, and I think collectively as a group they were pressing a little bit. You know, they would score, then whoever they were playing would score and tie it up, and then it's like, oh, we got to do it again. And you could see them kind of getting tight in those big at-bats, and all it took is a couple of guys coming through a couple times, and now they're all relaxed and doing their thing.
Yeah, it seems like you're never going to have all 8 hitting at the same time, but the Nats have consistently had 3 or 4 guys hot over the last several weeks, and in June they matched their win total of April and May, 16 every month, and that 16-11 looking pretty good with that 7-game losing streak toward the end.
It's the second best record in the National League in the month of June, 16-11. The Giants were 17-10, the Cubs were 16-12. So you had the second best record in the National League, and you lost 7 games in a row. Bryce Harper still hasn't clicked. The way I look at it, Bryce Harper is going to have the biggest second half you've ever seen. Ryan Zimmerman's just starting to get hot. So you're in first place by 6 games. A couple of your main cogs in your lineup, or clogs, haven't clicked yet. So those guys get hot, and who knows what's going to happen.
He's in the number 7 spot tonight because Jose Lobaton is catching. But Danny Espinosa has been a revelation, really amazing in the number 8 spot. His success now is starting to get to be the better of the last 2 months.
Yeah, it's just nice to watch him play big league shortstop. We've seen him as a second baseman mostly here in D.C., and now he's just kind of coming into his own as a player, but as a shortstop too. You remember the relay throw in May in Chicago to get Jason Hayward? That was 92 miles an hour. Who knows what this throw was? I'm just going to say roughly 112. And then, you know, the diving plays, the routine plays, the double plays. I am enjoying watching Danny Espinosa play shortstop. And quite frankly, he's an upgrade defensively. And you're wondering, what are you going to sacrifice with Ian Desmond offensively with Danny at shortstop? Well, right now, nothing. 15 home runs. He's on pace to hit 30 home runs. He's the first DC player going back to the 1800s to hit home runs from both sides of the plate. He got 2 curtain calls in one night. So I talked to him today in the tunnel. I said, keep your head up, Danny. Things are going to change.
12 home runs last 32 games. He's averaging 1 every 8.5 at bats. So the last 3 weeks, hitting almost 350. And can a number 8 guy be a key to an offense? When he scores, the Nats win 23 out of 30. You would like that to be for your leadoff guy, but hey, if the leadoff's not doing it, number 8 is doing it, and as we saw on both sides of the baseball. Now we have more to break down on Danny Espinosa, because you, in combo with our crew, you've taken a look at his power swing from both sides of the plate, and what did you guys come up with?
Well, he's got a more top-hand dominant swing right-handed because he throws his right hand, so you'll see him get on top of more high pitches. So the one pitch he hit out right-handed last night, the grand slam. We're going to turn him around for you, though, and just kind of look at them both left-handed because we were bored today and we knew it was going to rain. And we thought you'd like this. So on the left side is Danny right-handed. On the right side is Danny left-handed. Stay with me at home, folks. On the right side is Danny's left-handed home run. Which one's going first? Roll them. We got the stance. Here we go. There's his stances. There's Danny right-handed on the left side. Watch his top hand kind of roll over the top. The only difference really in the 2 swings is on the right side he's Espinosa, and on the left side he's Ozanipse. I mean, I really don't know where to go with that other than that.
You know a guy's going good when we turn him around backwards and he still looks great.
Yeah, I mean, and the best way to get out of hitting eighth is to do what he's doing. There's been some chatter around the cage that he may be leading off sometime soon, but Dusty thinks he's very valuable in that eighth spot, turning over the lineup and doing the damage he's done.
Then there's Tanner Roark, who to a certain extent saved the road trip. He pitched great at Milwaukee on Sunday. By the way, it's the last game of the first half of the season tonight. He got the win. No runs in 7 innings, 7 strikeouts. Nats are 5-1 his last 6 starts. We've got more pregame baseball to talk to you about during a bit of a rain delay. Straight ahead. wait is almost over. It's the 1st of July, and the Nats continue a homestand. Game 2 against the Cincinnati Reds tonight. 2 out of 4. And it's a 4-0 homestand, a 5-game winning streak for the Nationals. 48-32 at home, 24-12. So the weather has cleared beautifully. Skies are looking kind of sunny out to the west. It's 81 as expected. The humidity way up there. Mostly cloudy skies. Put some brightness around us. The umpires have taken care of the lineup cards, and we're getting ready for the Nats to take the field. Tanner Roark, 3-1 in June, so 3 out of the Nats, 16 wins. A lot of great run support. The Nats in 2 months have hit 81 home runs, and now for the season, 107. Bullpen's been good now for the last 11 or 12 days. The Indians during that time, and by the way, they played a marathon in Toronto today, 1.08. So Bryce Harper, he was the first Net out of the dugout. First to his boys in the bullpen, and we're getting ready as Tanner Roark takes the spikes and gets his dig-in spot right in front of the rubber. The Reds are 13th in league in hitting, but 8th in runs and 7th in home runs. Jay Bruce in the middle of it all. This season, 3rd in all of baseball with an amazing 417 runners in scoring position average. That's 2nd in the National League. He's also 10th in our league with 17 home runs, and in the top 3 with 59 runs batted in. Roark, 5th career start against the Reds. He's 1-1.
You see the Arsenal fastball last start 62% of the time, 92 miles an hour. Slider curveball change to complement that pitch. Tossed 7 shutouts, giving up just 7 hits for a 3-2 win against Milwaukee. Struck out 7, walked 1 through 95 pitches. Ended a streak and started a streak all in the same start. The Nats are 6-2 in Tanner's last 8 starts. Here's a defense today, tonight, whatever it is for the Nats. Worth, Revere, Harper, the outfield. Espinoza, Rendon, left side. Murphy, Zimmerman, right side. And Jose Lobaton getting the start behind the plate. He and Tanner Roark worked real well together last start.
Tanner's career record, 33-23. He makes his 65th career start. The Buffalo hitting .340 gets a breather tonight. Night game tomorrow, day game on Sunday. He may play the rest of the weekend. So the umpiring crew, it's 28-year veteran and the crew chief, Gary Cederstrom, behind home plate. Eric Cooper's at first, Adrian Johnson second base, Ramon De Jesus at third base, Zach Cozart to lead off. 6:40 in the district. So we still get to start a little earlier tonight, and that's strike 1.
Well, I'm thinking of it. We crush umps when they do a bad job. Ramon De Jesus did a nice job behind the plate last night. I was impressed with his strike zone. There wasn't any complaining on both sides.
First time we'd ever seen him. Well said and well done by Ramon over there at third base tonight.
It's all you had to do is watch the Canada Day game today up in Toronto to know that what Ramon De Jesus did last night was a good job.
And he added a little style to for us as well.
It's the first time we saw him. I like him.
Zach Cozart had an 8-game hitting streak until recently. Now he's 1 for his last 20. Roark has him 0-2. Goes right after him, 92 cutting away, and the ball game starts with a swinging strikeout.
Fastball, a little elevated. Look where Lobaton wants it. He wanted it up. That's the book on Zach Cozart. Obviously, he'll chase the high fastball with 2, and the game plan executed perfectly.
Yeah, he's a shortstop who will hit some home runs. 11. He went chasing. Here's Joey Votto, who hit an amazing opposite field home run here last night. Jumps back from a pitch inside. Anthony Rendon sort of stays home at third on the shift. Votto's been known to lay down a bunt now and then. He's on the big-time upswing. Joey Votto hit .319 in June after a .200 May. That was after a .229 April.
Imagine Joey Votto's numbers are like that against a lot of teams.
2-0. Tanner misses away. He walks a lot as well, 52 of those, 4th in the league. Roark back in the strike zone.
That's wearing their Friday night Stars and Stripes jerseys every home game this year. Friday, they'll be wearing those. I love them. I think I've said that about 1,400 times this year, but I do.
3-1. Ball drilled right where a shortstop normally stands. It's a base hit for Votto.
Why does
Now-
that stand out so much when they're not there? But
know.
when the shift works, you're just like, oh, 6-3, nice play.
Yeah.
But then, for whatever reason, maybe it's because for 130 plus years, there's been a guy standing there. When it happens like that, it just looks bad. I don't know.
It's all that space, all that brown and all that green over there.
Maybe it's my mind. I have to start giving the shift more credit when it works versus when it doesn't.
So here's Brandon Phillips. He's been a nemesis for Tanner. Career 4 for 8, a homer, 2 RBIs. Couple of hits last night. He went 2 for 3, hit by a pitch early. He's going to lay down a bunt. He's bunting for a hit. Bare hand. Well played by Tanner Roark. 2 down. They'll give him a sacrifice, but he was trying to get a hit.
It's the wrong guy to bunt against. Tanner Roark field his position as good as any pitcher in baseball, if not better than any. You get bunt against Tanner Roark, you better make it be past him. And yeah, you're right. They gave him a sacrifice bunt, but nowhere in Brandon Phillips' mind was he sacrificing.
Yeah.
He squared around late.
See, FP, I think that's a situation where with nobody out, okay, you give him the sacrifice. With one out, to me, that's an at-bat.
And if you knew a whole lot about baseball, you can see when they square around, too. A base hit bunt, you square around at the last minute versus a sacrifice, you square around way earlier. It's pretty simple to determine the difference between the two in my mind.
Here's Jay Bruce on a 7-game hitting streak. 8 for 30. We talked about some of those other big numbers. He also is second in the league with 42 extra base hits. Tied with Nolan Arenado. Matt Carpenter has 43. Murphy a good 15 feet out into right field. Espinosa staying home for the most part up the middle. Tanner bounces one. Lobaton blocks it. 2-0.
And also who you have pitching on that given night. If you're the Dodgers and your third hitter lays down a bunt and Clayton Kershaw's on the mound, okay, it's a sacrifice because one run might win you that game. But very rarely do you see a number 3 hitter in anybody's order sacrifice bunt. All right, I'm done.
2-0 pitch. I agree. Tanner Roark threw a curveball coming in on Jay Bruce. Let's go inside the numbers brought to you by Jeep. Most RBIs since the end of May. Jay Bruce right there. Adam Duvall, their left fielder. Bruce has 59. Duvall, 5th in the league with 55. We talked about this last night. Votto, Phillips, Bruce, and Duvall. A potent 2 through 5. Runner going. Nats were going to concede the stolen base, and now Votto returns. The Reds are running the first last night. They could have had a whole lot more if Gio hadn't thrown the double play ball to this batter, Jay Bruce. Tonight he faces a right-hander. Votto's going to run again. Bruce will fly it to left. Jason Worth. Weekend off to a good start with a scoreless Tanner Roark inning. Here comes the offense that's really hot. lesson brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you, and by visitannapolis.org. Create your moment at visitannapolis.org. That, of course, after you've been to the Loft and the Brew House. Nice night for the folks here, as it has turned out. Here come the Nats, 8th in the league in batting average, but now up to 5th in runs, 1st in homers. Ben Revere, last 18 ball games at .299. He has stolen 8 bases, resulting in 12 runs over that time. Wilson Ramos out of the lineup tonight. Bryce back in there at 3rd. Murphy 4th. Anthony Rendon in front of Ryan Zimmerman. Lobatone, and here's DeSclafani.
Yeah, fastball 93, slider above average. That's probably his best pitch. Went 8 scoreless last time out against the Padres on Sunday, 3-0 winner. Did not allow a runner to reach second base. He has a 13 scoreless inning streak going. That's the 4th longest active streak in the big leagues.
Began the season with a strained left oblique that had him on the DL, and after a couple of rehab appearances, he felt soreness in it again, shut him down for a longer time. And that's a double if they weren't playing Ben Revere 110 feet off the line. That ball labeled right for the center of the scoreboard, and Ben Revere is aboard.
Check that box early. There goes the no-hitter. Ben Revere with a bullet to right center field. Good low ball hitter. Center of gravity nice. Look at the balance. Head on contact. Good swing by the Nats center fielder to get this one started.
Jason Worth. A June to remember for Jason. He hit .321. Double. Walk. 1 for 2 last night. Then he got the rest of the night off. 0 for 2 against DeSclafani. By the way, with that base hit, Ben Revere 4 for 8 against this right-hander. He is 10 for 13 in steals. Little down, inside, ball 1. Nats have 2 of the league's top 10 base stealers in Revere and Michael A. Taylor. Good pitch on the outside edge. PNC takes us inside some numbers here. So since the end of May, the Worth outstanding June. Wilson Ramos, I mean, unbelievable the way he's making contact. And Danny Espinosa, unheard of production for a number 8 guy. Breaking ball, Jason takes it. Tucker Barnhart blocks it. It's 2-1. And then Jose Lobatone hits a big homer in Milwaukee. Helps the Nats to a win with Ramos getting a day off. Target in on 2-1 instead of throw over.
I just think if you can go 16-11 in the month of June and have the 2nd best record in the National League and lose 7 in a row, they haven't even hit their stride yet. The guy on deck hasn't got hot. He's going to have a huge second half, you're thinking. Ryan Zimmerman's just starting to figure it out. This could be real fun.
Worth a take on a borderline pitch that is a strike. Counts even 2-2. Well, the Nats took a quantum leap last night from 7th in the league in runs up to number 5. The Nationals are approaching 7 more runs to a plus 100 run differential on the season. Runner going. Worth. High fly ball. Right field. It'll play for Jay Bruce. Halfway onto the track to make that grab.
Here's your Reds defense tonight. Duvall, Hamilton, Bruce, your outfield. Cozart, Suarez, left side. Phillips, Votto, right side. And Tucker Barnhart behind the plate. Ball carried right there off the bat of Jason Worth.
Yeah. You know, and this might be the byproduct of having the worst ERA in the major leagues. The Reds have made the 2nd most errors in the league. I mean, when you see Zach Cozart with 8, Brandon Phillips with 9, Joey Votto with 6 errors, you know there are rockets flying around infields. Only St. Louis with 62 more errors than the Reds in the National League. So here's Bryce.
Suarez has 13.
Yeah. We learned that lesson around here a long time ago.
Tell you what, I played a lot of infield. I never blamed it on my pitchers. If I didn't make a play, it was my fault, not their fault.
Well, I guess my point is we know second, short, and first, those guys are better than that.
I would say when you walk a lot of guys, you're on your heels.
True. Bryce takes one right in there. The count's even.
When you're standing on the field for 3 hours and there's 10 runs, I'm thinking about anything else but the ball coming at me.
.291 over 23 games for Bryce. So Daniel Murphy embarks on a new month. Closed it out with a hit last night before he got the rest of the night off, 5th inning on.
Perfect pitch. Was it outside? I mean, hit the target. Look where Tucker Barnhart is. Hits his glove perfectly. Bryce didn't like it.
Yeah.
It's 2-2. Not one of those balls was in the box.
Yeah. I said, where was that target? To pull on the infield, slightly to pull in the outfield, play the Reds. Then Revere back in again. Harper rips it beyond the reach of Brandon Phillips. Revere's going to keep on going. Jay Bruce will shut it down and throw it to second as Ben Revere, right in front of the outfielder, goes first to third. With Murphy coming up, the Nats in business.
Well, you have to hit a ball hard to get it by Brandon Phillips. I think I saw 108 for the hit speed on the scoreboard. Bryce Harper going down, getting that ball barreled to the contact point, and watch Ben Revere run. He just turns it on. Ben Revere always looks like he's falling forward. I feel like he's going to fall when he hits top speed. Almost like a swimmer that's running.
Here's Murphy. He's had great success against DeSclafani. 3 for 6. A homer, 3 RBIs. He saw a fastball right in there. 104 hits. 38 of them extra bases.
Got the gold working tonight. Gave us a sneak peek of his 4th of July cleats on Instagram today. They're red, white, and blue, and they have every logo of the military on them.
Nice.
Pretty cool.
Murphy to center. Not that deep, but Hamilton came in hard, and he had no chance with Ben Revere running. The Nats lead on Murphy's 54th RBI.
So that breaks up the 13-inning scoreless streak by DeSclafani. And Billy Hamilton overran this ball. He's got a good arm. He throws people out. If he gets behind this ball, this would have been interesting at home. Obviously, Ben Revere can run, but Hamilton misjudged it. He came in too quick, and then he had to back up on the ball, so his momentum was going away from the play. If he times this right, it would have been close at home. See how he has to retreat there at the end? Now his momentum's going toward the fence, or at least toward left field. And that allows Ben Revere to score easily. He can't even fire off a throw, but he's got a good arm.
Yeah, 6 assists from the outfield this year. Guy next to him, Jay Bruce, has 7. Here's Rendon with 2 outs. This time they're going to throw over on Bryce. who's been doing some running lately. Harper 10 for 16.
That's why it's so important as a center fielder to shag fly balls with intent, with purpose during batting practice, because the first chance you get, you have to know in your mind that the ball's carrying tonight. So where's this ball going to end up? If you did your homework, you might have known.
Rendon to right. That's going to back up Jay Bruce. So the Nats come out and take some pretty good swings and make pretty good contact. 1-0 after 1. Tanner Roark has a lead.
Nats Park. Tanner Roark is coming off 2 straight very strong starts. And after his last one in Milwaukee, he said that he's especially proud lately that he's been getting ahead of hitters and not walking guys. And I talked to Tanner more about that yesterday. He said the key has been that he's decisive with his pitch selection, and then he's doing a good job of executing that pitch that he decides he wants to throw. And lately, Tanner's focused on not being too precise with his location and instead trusting the pitch. That forces hitters to swing the bat and put the ball in play. And that strategy's worked well for Tanner. Over his last 5 starts, he's allowed only 6 walks. And his last 2 starts, as I said, were very, very strong.
Yeah, team strong for Tanner last couple of times out. That's Dan with our Coons.com sideline report. And with the weekend upon us, don't miss some of the biggest Coons July 4th savings ever. Find out more at Coons.com. Great cars, great deals. Adam Duvall leads off. Gets good wood on that thing, and that's a one-hop shot to Ben Revere.
Celebrate America's 240th birthday with the annual Independence Day game in Nats Park. It's part of the Patriotic Series presented by SAIC. Brewers are in town. Get your 4th of July festivities underway early with the 11 a.m. game. So brunch at Nats Park. Visit nationals.com/tickets.
Crazy weather came through here in the hour before game time. It's beautiful now. A little muggy. Ball should be flying tonight. Eugenio Suarez, the third baseman, hitting .230, and Tanner Roark, good looking pitch, ball 1. Suarez had a base hit last night. That was Duvall's first hit of the series, by the way. Had an RBI grounder last night. Way outside, 2-0. "24-year-old infielder from Puerto Ordaz of Venezuela. Came to the Reds in a trade with the Tigers about a year and a half ago, involving Alfredo Simon. Roark got a fastball inside, and he turned on it. Just beyond the reach of Rendon. One more step, and they would have at least had a chance for 2.
You talk about a perfectly placed ground ball with eyes. Hit speed 75 miles an hour on this ground ball. Just kind of trickles through. Rendon playing right in the baseline. Good effort by Anthony, but just out of his reach.
The Reds were responsible for one of Tanner's few rough outings on the air. On Sunday, June 5th, Roark gave up 5 runs, 7 hits in 3 innings, but the Nats rallied big time in the middle innings to get him off the hook and won that getaway day game 10-9. Billy Hamilton trying to move a couple of runners. So we're right at about our usual game time here, but we've already played an inning plus 6:40 start because of the rain. It was supposed to be 6:05. And we welcome you to Nationals Park in case you just tuned in for first pitch.
But if you forgot the game time today, that's okay. I was looking at my clock and adding an hour all day today.
That's a great curveball by Roark. Started it outside, dropped it in. Nissan will track strike 2.
Good frame by Jose Lobaton. I'll give him a check in the box on that one for stealing a strike. If you remember his last start against the Reds, he was up with everything. There was a lot of bloop singles that fell.
Yeah. But
there was also a lot of belt-tie fastballs that allowed those bloop singles to be elevated. Tonight so far, I mean, that was a purpose pitch up right there. He's been down the zone.
Cubs are underway at New York. Jason Hammel, Jacob deGrom at Citi Field. Nats up 6 over the Mets, 6.5 over the Marlins. That one bounces in. Lobaton stayed quiet and stayed right with it. At Atlanta, they'll start in 30 minutes. Justin Nicolino for Miami and Julio Teheran for the Braves. There's the East. Ball hit to second. Can they double up Hamilton? Espinosa can't quite get it there. The Murphy relay sort of floated over to Danny. And right now it's just a 4-6.
Yeah, I don't think Daniel Murphy got a good grip on that ball. He got rid of it quick, but you're right. It didn't get to Espinosa firmly. Almost like a changeup to Danny. He flew across the bag. I thought it was close at first. We'll see if the Nats take a look at it. He's having trouble getting it out, and then he didn't get his hands behind the ball. Did you see how his thumb was on the bottom, his index finger on top? And Hamilton beat it out.
First and third, one out because of Billy Hamilton's speed.
So when you make that bare hand feed to the shortstop, ideally for you younger players at home, you want your hands, your fingers behind the ball. So if all 3 fingers are behind the ball, you get something on it. And Murphy reached in there and he grabbed the top and the bottom of the baseball. So now he couldn't get the momentum on the feed that he needed in order to get it Espinosa quickly. And with a guy like Billy Hamilton, I mean, we're being so nitpicky, but with a guy that fast, it has to happen perfectly to turn a double play.
Yeah, one glitch and you lose 2. So now it's first and third, one out. The catcher, Tucker Barnhart, 13 RBIs on the year, 1 for 4 career against Tanner. Murphy and Espinosa playing up at double play depth.
And now you got 19 stolen bases on first.
In 23 attempts, third most in the league. By the way, mentioned the standings a moment ago. This year is the first time in Major League Baseball's divisional era, which started in 1969, where each division leader enters the month of July with at least a 5-game lead. It's never happened before. Now, back then they had 4 divisions. Now we have 6.
Because a lot of teams are in blow it up mode, rebuild mode. You have the haves and the have-nots, especially in the National League.
Yeah.
Philadelphia, Atlanta figuring it out. Milwaukee and Cincinnati figuring it out. Colorado, Arizona, San Diego figuring it out. So you really have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams, maybe 7, that are really competing in the National League.
Yeah. 0-1 pitch. Trying to keep Hamilton from taking the double play out of order. Roark a throw over. He started, then stopped. Doesn't matter. It's a base hit. Duvall scores. Hamilton to third. Harper's going to throw behind him, and the Nats get the trail runner at second base. So Tucker Barnhart, seeing Bryce fly one to third, thought he could make it to second, and they lose a base runner for the second out. That's big with the pitcher coming up.
A couple of good things going on here defensively. Bryce is being aggressive, and you like the fact that he was. But watch Anthony Rendon come off the bag and meet this. And watch the awareness of Danny Espinosa that he has Billy Hamilton on third base. So he not only tags the runner, he pops up and finds Hamilton quick, just in case the speedy Hamilton tried to score. So a lot of good things going on.
Bryce Harper gets an outfield assist on that via Rendon to Espinosa. And with 2 outs, the pitcher bats. It's DeSclafani, who's 1 for 5 this year and a 151 career hitter. So 9-5-6. Hamilton ending up at third.
And I know why Tucker Barnhart went right there. He read high throw from Bryce to third base, but he just didn't take into account the velocity of that throw and how quick it was going to get to third. It wasn't a bad base running play by him. That's what you're trained to do. You see high throw, go.
One ball, 2 strikes. So the Reds 3 hits in this inning, 4 in the game already. That'll get him on the corner. Tanner gets some help from his defense, strikes out the opposing pitcher. And our Honda do-up is Ryan Zimmerman. How about that one? Straightaway center field last night. Bottom of the first for 3 runs. Later a single, a walk. He scored 3 times.
Not everyone can have flow like Bryce Harper, but now you can create a Bryce Afro with your Bryce Harper Chia Pet. The first 20,000 fans to enter Nats Park on Tuesday, July 5th, you receive a Bryce Harper Chia Pet. So Nats take on the Brewers, 7:05 start. Visit nationals.com/tickets for your Bryce Harper Chia Fro. He's in there, cooling down, man. That's the ammonia towel.
Yeah, 81, but it's really muggy and sticky in DC tonight. Ryan Zimmerman, first pitch, bottom of the second, up and in. Last night, that homer by Ryan, his 11th, got his RBI total up to 36. It's one thing about the Nationals this year. You might look at some of the batting average and say, ho hum. But Worth hitting 230 most of the time and now up to 257. He's driven in 40. Zimmerman 36. Danny Espinosa's surge 41. Guys still doing damage even though at times the hits don't take place.
If the average doesn't turn you on, just slide over to the taters column because there's lots of those.
2-1. The DC Power Company is an equal opportunity outfit this year. I mean, so many guys contributing the long ball. Anthony Rendon will be in double figures soon. 3-2.
Well, my power bill's been high. I know that. He loves it. Been working with Ryan a lot down the cage all season, but really intense recently, trying to get him to stay back. Looked good last night.
Zimmerman, short right field. Brandon Phillips on the call. Little basket catch. Danny Espinosa 8th last night.
2 home runs, 1 right-handed, a grand slam. And then he officially became a switch hitter after his 2nd home run, left-handed. So 2 curtain calls, 2 homers, 1 a grand slam, run a 3-run shot. First Nats player, DC player to go homer for both sides since the early 1800s. So it should be more than $250 to Children's National Health System for every home run a Nats player hits this year. Lexus, the pursuit of perfection.
7 RBIs in 2 straight at bats. Zach Cozart under this one. 4 in a row now for Anthony DeSclafani, going back to the Murphy sac fly. Up to Jose Lobaton to try to turn over the lineup now in the bottom of the 2nd. I asked Jose about his home run in Milwaukee on Sunday. He didn't think he got it. And then he says, I saw Ryan Braun turning around to watch it and barely felt himself touching the ground between 1st and 2nd as it sailed out of the ballpark and gave the Nats a big run. And he had hit an opposite field homer last year in Atlanta in that amazing comeback by the Nats.
That's exactly how we described it. We didn't think it was going either.
1-1.
Well, check it out. We got a little Capitol monument.
How about that?
Mall cleats.
Looks like Spider-Man meets the Capitol there. And here's a long one to left. Near the corner. He didn't miss that one by much.
That was close. Remember, he told Dan he just wanted to contribute offensively, defensively, however. And we kept track of his framing skills. He framed 8 balls that would have been strikes. I still have it on my scorecard. He threw out the league's leading base stealer in VR, and then he goes deep to left field. So that's contributing.
Big curveball, he strikes out. That was Jose's first homer of the year. So here we are 5 days later. It's a 1-1 game on a Friday night.
A cold one. Look forward to Miller time later in the ball game. That is brought to you by Miller Lite.
Crazy Volkswagen moment in history to talk about tonight. A no-hitter that wasn't. Andy Hawkins pitched 8 no-hit innings, but ended up when his defense made a couple of errors with a loss at Chicago against the Sox. At first they told him at the end of the game he did throw a no-hitter. Later the rule was changed, and if you lose while throwing a no-hitter, you have to pitch 9 innings. He only pitched 8 that day. Andy Hawkins. That ball's coming back fair. Look at this. Right at the bag. And Zach Cozart watched it about 2/3 of the way.
That's why you run them out, kids. You never know. I don't know that I've ever seen one come back this far. I mean, this thing's heading toward the Nats dugout. That just hit something, took a left turn. Spinning counterclockwise. Watch it come back. Zzz. Take it.
Wow. Here's Joey Votto.
I think halfway it hit something. Because rarely do they, even spinning like that, in my experience, has come back that much. They have to hit a rock where the grass meets the dirt, something to hang that left. It could have been a spike mark. They've been right there.
Well, whatever it hit was on the grass.
Yeah, it was more the foul side, I believe.
So 1-1 to Joey Votto. Single the other way first time. You know, you see some that do that and then they almost come back.
Yeah.
That was almost perfect for Zimmerman right at the bag.
It came right in the pocket.
Willie Mosconi
Yeah.
smiling somewhere.
Oh,
A lot of English on that cue ball.
That was a strike.
2-1. Off-speed pitch. Roark had Votto out ahead. Counts 2-2 with 1 out, top of the 3rd. Fighting one off, look out. Joey Votto going for a stroll here for a second. So he had his best month in June. First at bat of July, he has a hit. In fact, where he got that base hit first time with 2 strikes now is where Anthony Rendon is standing at a true shortstop position. Danny Espinosa to your right. Mercedes-Benz tracks the entire AB with the shift in mind, nothing away. That is a swing. Home plate umpires Gary Cederstrom ringing up Joey Votto without an appeal, and for Tanner Roark his 3rd K.
Wow, no argument from Votto either. I didn't think he went. Maybe the replay will show he did. And maybe I'm wrong from way up here. Yeah, he went. But he's tricked me how he pulled it back like
Yeah,
that.
he held it there. Brandon Phillips sacrifice bunt while bunting for a hit first time up. Great pitch. Great sliding from one side to the other.
Great frame. Watch Jose Lobaton pick this out of the dirt almost. Boop. Strike. It's 2.
Straight change of beauty. 41 pitches for Tanner. He'll be leading off in a moment. He hopes in a moment. Jay Bruce on deck here in the third. That ball is drilled right center. Ben Revere telling everybody he's got it into the sunlight, and he grabs it for the last out of a 1-2-3 third inning. Greater coverage of baseball. What do you got? Kendrys Morales of the Royals. How about that? He is really hot. 6 straight multi-hit games and batting a ridiculous .667. Orioles 56 homers last month, a major league record for June. Bobby Bonilla gets a check for $1.19 million today and every July 1st from the Mets through the year 2035. They signed him to a mega contract back in 1992. A lot of it was deferred. They brought in Brett Saberhagen. Eddie Murray was on that team. They were supposed to win it, and they really stunk it up for a couple of years, but they're still paying Bobby Bonilla.
That just made everybody at home a little bit sick.
Now that's a pension. That's on top of his pension, of course.
Maybe even the guy sitting next to you.
How about that? But you know, FP, that $1.19 million not worth nearly as much as it was 10 years ago when they'd only been paying him for 15 years.
I'll take it.
How about that?
God bless America.
I did some games for that team for a couple of years during that time, and they were supposed to be so good. Tanner Roark strikes out, and nothing went right for Jeff Torborg's ball club. When the Nats win, everybody does all season long. You get 7 or more runs and win, 50% off regular menu price online orders for all of us at papajohns.com. Promo code NATS50. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's official pizza of your Nationals, and that's valid at participating DC, Maryland, and Northern Virginia. Papa John's. So Bobby's only got 19 years left on that deal.
All right, let's turn the page. Good for Bobby Bonilla.
Yeah. Hey, I'm commenting. They put it up there. I could see a lot of ex-players taking that a little personally. I know my buddy Al Raboski in St. Louis, he was still being paid by Ted Turner about 10 years after his career was over. Ben Revere, base hit to right center, first time up, hit the ball extremely well, and he puts a charge into that one too, backs up Billy Hamilton, 2 outs. That'll bring in Jason Worth, trying to keep it alive for Bryce Harper.
It's a good swing by Ben again.
Yeah.
I think I just picked up Jason Worth talking to somebody in the stand saying, my dad told me if you look good, you play good. And that's the truth. That's how all players think. You just can't go up there in a dorky looking uniform and expect to throw out 3-line drives. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. Jim Bouton's infamous book, Ball 4, he described a teammate, Dick Stewart, who played a lot of first base for the Pittsburgh Pirates. He'd stand in front of the mirror in the clubhouse forever. When his teammates called him on it, he said, I had 10 points in my batting average if I know I look great out there.
No, I used to do the same thing and say I've never been in a slump in the mirror.
Well, for a lot of us that know you, that's really hard to believe. Come on. 1-1 to Werth, who hit a fly ball to deep right field first time up. He put Jay Bruce about 5 feet from the bullpen out there.
DeSclafani's got good stuff. His slider is late, and it looks like it's tough to pick up. He's got just enough funk to his delivery to maybe throw you off a little bit.
Yeah.
He's got a hair of Jake Arrieta in his delivery, the way he kind of comes set and looks up at the sky and crossfires. So, and add 95 to that with a lot of movement. Probably not a real comfortable at bat.
He's working fast, trying to retire his 8th consecutive hitter. Now a 2-2. And I jinxed it. He works fast, then he stands there and stares at Werth. Anytime now.
Working real fast, Bob. Great point by you.
Save that one for the party reel, boys.
He's getting it and throwing it and talking to his.
I mean, it's 2-2 and there's nobody on base. What's the deal?
Got a guy that can take you deep in a 1-1 game. Big pitch coming.
Werth having a chat with Gary Cederstrom. There he goes. Jason Werth started the hands, able to stop, and the count goes full. His batting eye here at home has been incredible this week. That's going to get him on the inside edge. DeSclafani has fanned 3 of his last 4 hitters. 4, 5, 6 for the Reds in the 4th. To be doing a lot of honoring of our troops between now and Monday and beyond. Tonight it's our Navy Federal Credit Union Troop Recognition. Proudly serving the armed forces and their families for over 80 years. Federally insured by NCUA. Navy Federal. Stars and Stripes showing some life here now. Little breeze picking up. We could use some air moving around in the ballpark. Quite muggy. As we go top 4, Bruce Duval Suarez. Shift is on. Jay Bruce fly ball to Jason Werth. First time up. 1-4-0 Reds, 1-2-0 Nats. Roark 4 straight retired. DeSclafani 8 in a row. Really had him out ahead with that curveball, and Tanner's been spotting that hook pretty well. He's had help from the master framer behind home plate. That hook didn't do a whole lot, kind of just hung around outside. Jay Bruce, 9th year in the big leagues with the Reds. He was a youngster when he came up in 08, hit 21 homers, number 4 in the Rookie of the Year voting. Chopper to the only guy over there, and it's Anthony Rendon. And look how the shift works.
That was amazing. I love the shift.
You can see shifts. You can watch him play straight up on MLB.TV Premium. It's the #1 live streaming sports service. Every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. Includes a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. So black out, other restrictions apply, but go to MLB.TV to check it out. Here's Adam Duvall, base hit first time, and Tanner stands him straight up with that heater.
So boring right now. They're playing straight up, Bob. I can't even watch this. Where's the shift?
Espinosa on the grass, 1 step in left field. Murphy shaded up the middle.
Did you vote for your National League Player of the Month?
I did.
I went Will Myers, San Diego. Who'd you go?
Will Myers, San Diego.
Nice. I went Max Scherzer, Washington, D.C. Nationals for Pitcher of the Month. There were some good ones,
pick.
though.
Yeah.
And then I went Corey Seager for Rookie of the Month.
I went Corey Seager myself. His numbers among rookie hitters pretty much out of sight from a lot of other guys, even Trevor Story.
Max went 4-1 with a 1.96, struck out 58 and walked 7. 41 to third inning. It's pretty good.
2-1.
Zach Greinke went 4-0 with a 1.63, however, but he only had 31 strikeouts. So I went with the strikeouts are sexy.
3-1.
And I like to cheer for strikeouts, too. Oh, hey, right on cue. We want you to challenge Max Scherzer to anything. Can you beat him in shuffleboard or bocce ball or Bruce Bochy ball? Tweet your challenge using hashtag #IChallengeMax. So pick a winner to face off in head-to-head competition. Brought to you by Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield. Live fearless with the name trusted for over 75 years.
3-2, 1 out. Swing and a miss. Probably ball 4 as Adam Duvall went reaching, and Tanner Roark strikeout number 4.
Man, pretty good fastball right here. Little cut to it. You see that moving away from the right-hander? I believe it was 94 miles an hour, too.
Here's a Eugenio Suarez.
Kershaw was 4-1 with a 2.36, 40 strikeouts and just 4 walks. That's pretty impressive.
2-0. Tanner Roark, 12 pitch, 3rd inning, 1-2-3. That's up in the zone. I'll tell you, he's got some stuff going upstairs. That was a changeup. And Suarez out of his spikes to try to get this one. Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, not where he wanted this pitch at all. You never want to throw a changeup belt high, but Suarez just swinging way too big. You see the head fly out? He didn't see that at all.
Has a breaking ball. Murphy couldn't quite get it. Roark took a swipe at it. Murph tried to the backhand. And Suarez 2 for 2. It's now 3 for 4 against Tanner.
Well, that's a nice adjustment with 2 strikes. He took a shot with 1 strike, swung real hard, then shortened up, stayed back on the curveball, right back up the middle. Nice piece of hitting.
There's Billy Hamilton. Rendon even with the bag at third. 4-6 fielder's choice. That's almost turned a double play his first time. And then Tanner starts him off with a very good curveball. Runner going. Looked like a delayed steal by Suarez, and was Lobaton unable to find the handle.
Yeah, Jose was out early yesterday working on the exchange, throwing balls down to second base, but that was a delay steal all the way. And was there anybody covering? Yeah, Espinosa was there. He just couldn't get it out. Shuffle, shuffle, go. He was going to go from the knee. I don't think he got a good grip on the baseball.
Yeah.
See if he has the handle.
Runner at second now with 2 outs.
Kind of looked like he was going to throw to first there.
Suarez now 6 out of 9 stealing. Yeah, maybe Jose saw the shuffles out of the side of his peripheral vision, thought he could throw in behind the guy.
Yeah, I think that's what I saw there on the replay. And then realized he was going to second, had to reload, and it was too late.
2-1. Swing and a miss. That's trouble. That's a throw into the ground, but here comes Revere to charge and keep Suarez at second. You could see that throw was going to be low, bouncing, and with Danny Espinosa scrambling.
Well, it was a good idea because a good throw had Suarez. Watch how far off he is. A good throw has him. Look at, he shuffles toward third. Espinosa was there. And he just kind of cut the throw back toward the shortstop side of the bag. Espinosa's wondering if it's going to hit off the body of Suarez. That's why he kind of took the safety first approach right there, and we're okay with that.
Interesting trip on the bases for Eugenio. 2-2 pitch now to Billy Hamilton. In the dirt.
If you get the right blend of coffee and Red Bull in the clubhouse as a base runner, you have no breaks. You just keep going. It's, I could make it. I can make it for sure. That's a double. I'm going to make it. And then you're thrown out. Get over caffeinated. You can't stop.
Outside. Billy Hamilton walks, and Tanner Roark was poised for another quick inning. But now it'll be at least 5 hitters with Tucker Barnhart coming in. Roark first walk tonight.
Well, you got a base here. If you're confident in throwing strikes and you want to load them up, you don't necessarily have to pitch to Tucker Barnhart here. And if you do, you can be careful. Yeah, the base is third. But I saw the Braves in the 90s do this a whole bunch. If they had any open base with the pitcher coming up, they'd use it.
Barnhart did take him to right field, pulling the ball with authority for a hit first time up. Good speed on the bases for the Reds. It would probably have to be a one-hopper to give Bryce Harper a chance to throw anybody out. Roark trying to get Barnhart here. Fastball perfectly placed outside edge.
That's 3 for Jose Lobaton so far. Watch the frame job. So that's the 3rd ball he's framed as a strike and got the call. I just find that fascinating. How much value is there in a catcher that can do that on a consistent basis? It has to be worth however many wins over the course of a season. I don't know how many, but I mean, it should be 1-0 right now.
Be interesting to talk to some umpires and say, okay, who are the best framers that you call around the league?
I would say Jonathan Lucroy is real good at the low pitch. So is Travis d'Arnaud. Francisco Cervelli is fantastic at it. Russell Martin comes to mind. There's certain pitchers that have great value in that. Yadier Molina obviously is pretty good at it. But it's the subtle, soft hands, letting the ball travel in just a little turn of the wrist and just staying soft. A lot of guys, you have that tendency, oh, it's 95, I'm going to catch it, and you don't frame it right.
That one too far outside to pull in.
Same spot.
Yeah, he tried.
Didn't get to call that one just a hair further out.
Notice how he stayed on the backhand side with the mitt.
Maybe Gary Cederstrom can hear us.
Might as well stay out there.
I'm going to mark this one down too. Watch Jose Lobaton again, but Tanner Roark's given him the chance to do it. So you have to have a pitcher that can just run up there and put it where you want it so you can frame it like that. So give Tanner most of the credit. That's just what Jose Lobaton does.
One, two with 2 outs. They're running. Throw to third. Not that close. And the Reds have run themselves out of the inning.
Over-caffeinated, I told you.
Wow.
You just think you could make it, and for some reason, Suarez runs the Reds right out of an inning. Thank you very much. Left-handed hitter, 2 outs. Are you kidding me? That's not a good play.
The stretch, I forgot who won because we were watching a bride and groom at the finish line. It's George Washington. And I think they announced them as Mr. and Mrs. Phil Collins, maybe Bill, celebrating their wedding at the ballpark today.
All right.
Congratulations.
Way over his skis.
We're going to the bottom of the 4th inning. Harper, Murphy, and Rendon. Every day it's something different.
He was. He is. He should be proud of that.
Bryce Harper, base hit, hard ground ball beyond the reach of Brandon Phillips first time. Nats have singles from Revere and Harper, and after Bryce's sent Revere to third, Daniel Murphy hit the sac fly. That's it for the offense. 8 in a row now for Anthony DeSclafani.
Not sure what the Reds were thinking there. That's still scratching my head on that one.
Yeah, clear shot for the catcher on the throw.
And you have a guy that singled off Tanner Roark his first time up. And if you steal that, you just walk Tucker Barnhart and face the pitcher. There was no percentage in that whatsoever with 2 outs. None.
Yeah, let the guy swing the bat. After a delay, the Mets have a 2-0 lead in the second at home over the Cubs. Held on to beat them last night. And the Marlins have 3 early runs at Atlanta behind Justin Nicolino off Julio Teheran. Two-two to Harper. That ball is hit a ton. Center field. Off the very top of the wall. And Bryce was watching it, and he's standing on first base. Umpires gave the safe sign. They might automatically do a crew chief review here. That ball hit at the very top of the pad. Couldn't tell if it went back behind it and hit anything to come back in, but in my opinion, that's got to be reviewed, whether the Nats ask for one or not.
Well, if it is, and it's also got to be a double. And I can't sugarcoat that one, sorry.
Yeah, Bryce was watching it.
He thought he got him. And the way the ball's been carrying tonight, I thought he did too. And all of a sudden, he's stuck at first. We'll see if it got out of here. Dusty Baker wants an umpire review, and what do you got? No,
that's a single.
Single.
I don't think the fan touched it.
But even if
you know what, if the fan touched it, it would probably make it a ground rule double. I think he fanned on it and hit the very top of the wall. An inch maybe from being a homer. Crowd groans as they see the replay.
I think it matters whether it hits his hands or not. He didn't alter the flight of the baseball by any means.
Yeah.
It wasn't a home run.
Wow, that's so close. So I think it's pretty obvious that the ball was still in play. Maybe they're looking for contact from the fan. But unless I'm wrong, if the fan did touch the ball, they have to give Bryce second base.
Not necessarily. If they determine that the ball ended up where it was going to be and he didn't have anything to do with it, then it doesn't matter if the fan touched it or not.
Well, if he touched it, it changed the flight of the ball. You know, it might be next to nothing. Pretty obvious, though, it stayed in the ballpark. So it stands as a single. About, well, the height of the wall there probably makes it about a 400-foot single. Here's Murphy. He's going to pop it up to right center. The ball goes twisting a little bit to the left, making it Billy Hamilton's call. 1 out. Rendon fly ball to right. As we mentioned, first time Bryce got on. 10 steals in 16 attempts. Under Anthony Rendon's hands for a strike. 8 for his last 22. 6 runs scored. Anthony's back in the top 10 of the league in runs with 49. Harper started, then stopped, and that's right at the shortstop. And a 6-4-3. That puts the inning to a quick end. So the 4th inning of Nationals baseball, brought to you by the RAV4 Hybrid all-wheel drive and unexpected performance. Visit buyatoyota.com. Tonight.
Time for some Lowe's home field advantage. And check out the Nats, the 11 games they've played at home recently, 10-1, 7 runs per game. Runners in scoring position, bueno. Taters there, ERA solid, and errors 1. That might be the most important stat of all the last 11 games. That's pretty impressive.
First pitch, top of the 5th. Tucker Barnhart was at the plate when Suarez was thrown out at third. 1 pitch later, it's the 5th inning, and 1 out with Anthony DeSclafani coming up.
We compare Bryce to Barry Bonds a lot with his on-base percentages, walks. I saw Barry Bonds at least once a homestand do what Bryce just did. He'd always be on first thinking he had a home run when the ball stayed in the park. You'd see that all the time. You know, home run hitters know when they get them. Bryce thought he had it. But I'm sure he'd be the first one to tell you he's got to be on second base right there. Especially in a 1-1 game.
2-1 to DeSclafani. That's foul. FP, you were correct in your assessment. When a spectator in the first row of seats attempts to grab a ball, it is up to the, and if it's determined he did touch the ball, it is up to the umpire to determine where the runner should be placed.
Yeah, and he saw Bryce not running, so he put him at first.
So Bryce did stop.
There's no way you can trot out of the box and all of a sudden the umpire go, that's a double. I mean, Brian Price would have lost his mind.
Great attempt by Ryan Zimmerman.
Ryan just had a chance to go all Josh Donaldson right there and fly into the stands and make an awesome play.
I'm glad he didn't.
I'm glad he didn't too.
And here's something else about that play. Umpires typically grab their wrist above their head to signal that interference has occurred. The second base umpire, Adrian Johnson, simply gave the safe sign. So that tells us, at least before they saw the replay, that in his mind the fan did not touch the ball. So they got it right. You got it right.
Hey,
and then the double play ball ends the inning.
If we couldn't tell on 5 replays whether the fan touched it or not, how could they tell? I guess New York was seeing the same thing we were.
2-2, front door breaking ball. Rendon, great play. Knew he had time to get up and throw the pitcher out. Situation awareness and great athletic ability.
I'm telling you, we got to see Nolan Arenado's stats. I know he's the reigning Gold Glove winner, but who's played better than Anthony Rendon at third base? We always say it, Carp. I'm going to say it again. 3 errors, 2 of them were bad calls. So he really has maybe 1 error this year, and add that one to the highlight reel plays that he's made. I remember one was on a force out at home, or at least a
tag play
at home, and the throw was just a hair high, but he was going to be safe either way. They gave him an error on that, which that was wrong.
And that was here.
And yeah, it was home cooking too. And then another one was on a real tough in-between hop at third on a bullet, or maybe, yeah, and they gave him an error on that too, and it wasn't.
This one looks playable. Bryce Harper into foul ground. And just like that, Tanner Roark is roaring his way through the middle innings here.
Nationals Park. Danny Espinosa due up second this inning for the Nats. We've talked a lot about Danny Espinosa's power surge over the last handful of weeks, but his walk rate has also skyrocketed this season to career high rates, up to 9.6% this season for Espinosa. I talked to him about that the other day. He says it's partly intentional. He admits that sometimes with a runner in scoring position, it's tough not to try and make something happen and bring that guy in, but he says he's done a better job this year of reminding himself to stay patient. And he also admits that it's easy to stay within yourself when you're feeling good and producing at the plate like he has been lately. So he's tried to focus on letting his at-bats come to him lately and not trying to create.
Bottom of the 5th inning, Ryan Zimmerman. That's Dan with our Koons.com sideline report. Don't miss some of the biggest Koons July 4th savings on cars ever. Find out more at Koons.com. That hits him. Off-speed pitch. Second straight inning, the Nats have their leadoff man on.
So check this out. Guys having fun with Danny's swing. Right-hand swing, left-hand swing. A lot of switch hitters have different stances. They use different bats, right-handed, left-handed. We're going to flip around. That's his right-handed swing on the left, his left-handed swing on the right. Stay with me. And so last night, his home run right-handed is on the left side. Look how similar the swings are. So this one, that one right-handed, and the one on the right left-handed. The only difference is that's Azanipse on the left. That's how you'd say his name backwards.
By the way, in Toronto, Carlos Santana homered in the 19th off of infielder Darwin Barney. And the Cleveland Indians have just won their 14th straight game.
The one thing you could say on the right-handed swing is he's top-hand dominant because he throws with his right hand, so he's able to hit the high-pitch right-handed, and he's more of a low ball hitter left-handed. You could see the left hand underneath the home run the other way. But I just find it fascinating the damage he's done this year out of the 8th spot. He's hitting 7th tonight. But Dusty Baker said before the game there's so much value in having Danny hit 8th because he knows how to do it now. He knows when to expand his zone, when you need to drive in a run. He knows when to take his walk. It's a weapon for Dusty as a manager to have a threat like Espinoza hitting 8th. There's been a lot of talk. Lead him off. You're not getting production that you want from the leadoff guy. But there's value in what he's doing down there, too. I don't think you change him.
1-0 pitch. That's in there. Danny Espinoza, even with an out tonight, on base 10 of his last 17 plate appearances.
Because if he leads off, Carp, they pitch to him. Like, really pitch to him. Hey, this guy can't get on. We're going to do nasty this, nasty that. He knows they're kind of pitching around him like he's a cleanup hitter hitting 8th. And he knows how to handle it now because he's figured it out.
94 by him for strike 2.
In essence, the way Bryce gets pitched, Danny gets pitched. Just because the pitcher's hitting behind him.
Great secondary lead by Ryan Zimmerman into second, cruising and standing up when he spotted that ball in the dirt.
For all you young coaches out there, line all your kids up about 3 deep at first base. You stand on the mound and have somebody catch and bounce balls in the dirt. Throw one high like a regular pitch and then mix in a bouncer like that and have your kids read balls in the dirt. It's the best way to advance 90 feet. You see guys stand on first all the time at the big league level with balls in the dirt. It's all the kids have to look for is the down angle of the pitch. As soon as you see it going into the dirt, the catcher goes to his knees, take off. The worst thing it is a delay steal.
Espinoza strikes out.
The worst thing. And the best thing is what Ryan just did right there. We were taught that in the Montreal organization. Felipe Alou preached it. We would work on it in spring training. We did it in A-ball, and I can't tell you how many games we won by just advancing a simple 90 feet on a ball in the dirt. So if you work on it in practice and you're telling your kids it's okay to get thrown out at second doing it, then it's such a weapon to have. But nobody teaches it. You don't see it at the big league level. And I get excited, obviously, when I see Ryan do it because it's great base running.
Up to the bottom of the order now, Jose Lobaton. He doesn't bite on a fastball up. Struck out swinging for the 3rd out, 2nd inning. That's how few base runners the Nationals have had.
And when you're on second, you have to make a kick away from the catcher. It's not as simple as it just being in the dirt. It's got to roll away because the throw's a lot shorter for a catcher. He can just grab it and wing it and get you. But work on it and watch how many games you win. Trust me.
Now Ryan Zimmerman at second base doing his version of the secondary lead. They got some good arms out there. As we mentioned, Hamilton and Bruce, 13 assists between them. Jay Bruce, 7 of those.
So you have to anticipate it. You have to look for it. Hey, are they going to throw Danny a curveball here? I'm going to look for it. Watch Ryan when he takes off. As soon as the ball hits the dirt, he's gone. He didn't wait to see it kick away. The ball went in the dirt. He just kind of continued his secondary lead into, I'm going to second. It's really not that hard if you're looking for it and you practice it in practice.
Well, he's got the strikeout thing going. Got Espinosa, gets Lobaton. Up to Tanner Roark to put the ball in play and see what happens. Inside the numbers with Jeep, we go again. So the Nats in April, look at the ERA of the staff, 16-7. Scoring a lot more than they're giving up. May a little bit closer, but still a 1-run per game advantage. And then some numbers coming up. The runs scored with the warm weather, but the ERA taking a quantum leap as well. But it all adds up to consistency. If you're Dusty, you don't care about the numbers now. All you care about is 16 wins 3 times. I think Dan said yesterday Dusty has verbalized that his goal is at least 15 wins every month, which gets you to 90.
Let's see him say, come on, Tanner, up the middle.
A lot of room up there. Roark 2 hits, 1 RBI this year. Not biting on that one. He tells Zimmerman to stay. Counts 1-1. Strike 2 inside half. These two right-handers in control of this game right now. Roark's going to take it in the same spot, and that's it for the Nats in the 5th. Hit batter, a wild pitch, but he struck out 3 hitters. 1-1 into the 6th.
Big night for those 4 guys and everybody at Nats Park. I was told I'm Dean Martin today, so I'll just go with that. Whatever. First 25,000 fans, you get that poster, and maybe you get the golden tickets and the one signed by Bob Carpenter. Visit nationals.com/Rat Pack night. All right. Do we dress up for this tomorrow in the Open? What are we doing?
Good luck. I've been called Old Green Eyes. And when you have insight, you know how to handle your finances with confidence. Brought to you by PNC Bank. For the achiever in you, he's only 19 years of age. In fact, he just had a birthday in May, and that's Victor Robles. Checking in on him still. Signed as a non-drafted free agent just 3 years ago. came into this season as the number 3 prospect in our system and number 33 in Major League Baseball. Our eye is on him.
Can I hold a martini in the Open tomorrow? Oh, we're not here.
Yeah,
we're not even here tomorrow.
True. So you can
wait a minute.
You can hold a martini anywhere you want.
Hold on, it's Rat Pack night. We have a poster and it's a Fox game, and we're not here.
Diving is Murphy. It's a base hit for Joey Votto, and he's 2 for 3. In fact, Joey Votto is now 4 for 6 in this series. He got the second half of last night's blowout game off.
Good effort by Murph. Watch him leaving his feet, playing hard. Love it. Nice swing by Joey Votto. He looks like a different hitter since the last time we saw him in Cincy.
I'll say.
He was all in his head. You could tell. Fidgety.
Remember all those silly swings and movements he was doing?
Good balance now.
We say silly. He was trying to find it, but it just looks so unusual for
it looked weird, I'll say it.
Him to be so out of sorts. Phillips 0 for 1 with a sacrifice bunt. Joey Votto, by the way, 6 out of 7 stealing bases.
Six stolen bases this year for Votto, but he's a guy that's more of an ambush. He's got no lead right now.
Nissan will track a strike.
That's 5.
One ball, one strike.
Be a good time to hit and run. You have all the ingredients. A guy in Brandon Phillips that can handle the bat. Joey Votto runs well. You got a strike thrower on the mound. If you're thinking about it, 2-1 count, have to throw a strike. Everything's there for it if the Reds are feeling aggressive. Maybe Dusty thinking the same thing. That's why he threw over.
Tanner Roark embarking on the 6th inning here. He's gone at least 13 times this year out of 16 starts.
Joey Votto asking his first base coach what's on right now.
2-1. Close, ball 3. Reds box. A Votto base hit in the first. They got their run in the second. Hits by Duvall and Barnhart, who drove in Adam Duvall after another hit by Suarez in between. Not much since, kind of like the Nats. (3-1) runner going. That was weird. Joey Votto, not sure what the pitch call was, stopped halfway to second base and then walked the rest of the way. So first and second, nobody out. Jay Bruce. Tanner Roark's second walk.
Bruce grounded to Rendon playing shortstop last time up. They'll take that same thing right here.
He has gone the other way twice.
It's a good trip by Jose Lobaton. All of a sudden, Tanner tried to be a little bit too fine in a 1-to-1 game in the 6th for obvious reasons. He's trying to pitch the bottom of the strike zone, get a ground ball, and Jose Lobaton probably going to go over what they want to throw, but more importantly, give them just a little rest on a humid night. A little breather.
Bruce, 8 double play grounders this year. Good off speed. Counts even. 1-1 ball game, top of the 6th. Reds have out hit the Nationals 6-3.
He goes 2-1 change up here. It's a good ground ball pitch if you locate it. Keep it down in the zone. He's thinking fastball.
Yeah, you got the defense behind you with the 2nd most double plays in the league. Keeping it down, didn't get the call. 3-1.
Well, Jay Bruce definitely in the driver's seat right here. Guy with a lot of pop. 3-1 count. He knows Tanner Roark can't load the bases with nobody out. He probably assuming he's getting a strike right here. So a dangerous count to a dangerous hitter. Think lucky if you're Dusty Baker.
Chopper, but it's a foul because it got Bruce on the foot or the ankle. And the count 3-2 with nobody out. Jay Bruce has struck out 63 times this year. I think we'd be surprised again if Brian Price does anything with these runners. There's a clear throwing lane to third. Jay Bruce on a 7-game hitting streak. Roark trying to stop him here in the 6th. Fly ball to center. It's going to move Revere back and allow the runners to both tag. Phillips will stop halfway to second, but over to third is Votto with 1 out.
Well, good at bat by Jay Bruce, productive out. Got Joey Votto to third base. So let's check out the pitch sequence. First pitch, fastball down. And he goes, nice changeup at 82 for strike 2. Kind of yanked the fastball on an overthrow right there. Fish ain't biting on the low one. Then that's the pitch Jay Bruce wants back. The 3-1 fastball middle in. Tanner went 3-2 changeup finally to get the fly ball. And give Ben Revere a lot of credit for keeping that double play in order with a strong throw into second base. A few years ago when he was in Philly, everybody's running on that one. And Brandon Phillips couldn't tag up in advance.
There's Duvall, 1 for 2. Ball game still tied. Tanner still needs a grounder. That's not a grounder. That's a hot shot to second, and Cincinnati has the lead. For Adam Duvall, his 56th RBI, 2-1 Reds. He is having some kind of breakout season.
Yeah, slider just kind of stayed up there a hair too long, but Duvall just let it travel. Do you see how deep he let this pitch get and drives it up the middle? He's strong. I mean, 22 home runs strong, but even his line drives a lot like Wilson Ramos. Ball flies off his bat.
How good's that trade with the Giants looking for Mike Leake right now for the Reds?
22 home runs, 52 RBI. Wait, 56 RBI now, excuse me.
Here's Suarez, who's 2 for 2.
I mean, if you're the Nats, you're thinking we had to score to win this anyway. So important for Tanner to keep it a 2-1 game right now. You know, the Reds scored, so what? If I'm on defense right now, I'm thinking to myself, we had to score anyways.
Blake Treinen's fastball popping into the bullpen mitt. Play at second. Throw just off to the right a little bit. Phillips back. Couple of second basemen who like to compete.
Murph dropped the knee on him. I think that's what the joke's about at second base. That's why Brandon Phillips was kind of throwing a shoulder into him jokingly after the play. I don't care what you think about Brandon Phillips. I enjoy watching him play. He has fun.
He does. He's only stolen 4 in 6 attempts this year. Pretty big lead. That ball gashed. Murphy, what a pick! Espinosa finishes off a big league double play. The Nationals' 78th of the year, and not too many better than that.
That was amazing. And I don't know if Daniel Murphy caught that ball or that ball caught Daniel Murphy. Either way, the double play of the year for the Nationals. Look at that. Just a reactionary play from Daniel Murphy. Great feed. Got something on this one. Beautiful. Early in the ball game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Let's make that our Miller moment. This saved maybe 2 runs. Why? Well, Brandon Phillips scores there easily. Adam Duvall goes first to third, so you got runners at the corners with 1 out. And a 2-1 game could have very easily been a 4-1 game if not for Daniel Murphy in a wonderful 4-6-3 double play. The spin move, flipping from the ground. Espinosa flying across the bag in the stretch by Ryan Zimmerman. A beauty. Double play of the year.
I love watching Danny flick that bag with his spike as he goes by, then out of the runner's way. Fantastic. Top of the order, Ben Revere. Time to make some things happen. DeSclafani looking good since coming off the DL, his 5th start. Opponent's batting average coming into this game .279 and falling. ERA 1.52 and falling. And trying to make his record 3-0. Revere to Hopper, Brandon Phillips. The Nationals have 1 hit since the 2nd inning. Bryce Harper's drive off the top of the wall. Back in the 1st, Rivera leadoff hit. 1 out later, Harper sent him to 3rd. And the Daniel Murphy fly ball to center. RBI number 54. Got the Nats ahead. Cincinnati tied it in the 2nd. Took the lead in the 6th. Harper, then hopefully Murphy. Jason, a fly ball to right, and a taken third strike.
See how the movement on that fastball, 93, it started in the zone and just took her right at the end. I've been impressed with this guy. Seems like he's a fighter. He's got good stuff. Not scared to throw strikes.
Yeah, you referenced his scoreless streak coming in. Nats ended it at 13 innings. Now he's tacked on 4 to start a new one. Pitch count good.
And if I'm him, I have a 2-1 lead. I know my bullpen struggled all year. This is my game. That door ain't opening down there. I got this. And you have to think like that if your bullpen's been shaky.
Well, and they're not holding him back, FP. He threw 117 pitches his last time out. That's a strike. Worth trying to sell it as inside. 3-2. He hasn't walked a batter tonight. He hit Zimmerman with an off-speed pitch, leading off the 5th. Now that's inside. Jason Worth walking for the 33rd time. That's big because Harper and Murphy both bat in the inning, barring a double play.
Not quite sure about that pitch selection. 3-2. It just missed on the inside, but when you have the sinker working, it's tough to elevate. You're up by 1. I would have thrown the 95 there and see what he did with it. Now Bryce Harper has a chance to do some more damage.
400-foot single last time up. Bryce has gone to right center with both of his hits. To the mound, Barnhart.
Well, Bryce with the shot to the pull side, you know, maybe Tucker Barnhart saying, let's see what he can do the other way. Let's stay away to Bryce right here. Make him drive the ball to left. Because anything to right's first and third, right? A 1-run game. So you don't want him to pull based on the bolt he hit last time and based on if he hits that hole, it's first and third. I'd try him away. They're going in.
And he misses to the other side. Wants a new baseball. Who get that call? 2-1. Well, Bryce now over his last 24 games hitting over 300. Is 2 for 2 tonight. Takes his average up 6 points to 262. Counts even. Murphy waiting 0 for 1 with a sac fly. It's been a week when the Nationals have done a great job of stringing hits together.
If you're Bryce right now, you got to really protect against that backdoor slider, something that looks like it's away that comes back late. That's what he featured for strike 2. It was a pretty good pitch. Or maybe strike 1. I checked that. Strike 2 is the front hip sinker.
Short lead by Worth. 2-2 with 1 out. Rice battling. And he'll get him on a pop-up to the left side. Suarez. 2 outs. It's up to Murphy.
Well, this is where you really got to be careful if you're DeSclafani. I mean, you just got a tough out in Bryce Harper, and you went right after him, not scared a bit, pounding the strike zone. But this is the guy, even though Rendon's been swinging much better on deck, this is the guy that I'd be worried about if I was him.
Shift on. Took a little bit off that time. Second time in a row. The other was a fastball. Then Murphy took one right down the middle. 2 fly balls to center, 1 a sac fly back in the first.
Looking into the dugout for a throw over sign or a pitch out. He calls the pitches himself, as all major league catchers do, in case you're wondering.
Tucker Barnhart handling Anthony DeSclafani. 1-1 pitch, worth running, swing and a miss, and the throw hits the side of the mound. Was there some kind of... They're waving the runner back to first, so what's up with that? Evidently interference on Murphy, and Brian Price may want to know why is not the runner out.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's going out there to ask. It's just on the backswing. If you hit the catcher on the backswing, it's a dead ball, I believe, and the runner has to go back to where he started. Now, if Tucker Barnhart comes out and initiates contact on a throw with Daniel Murphy, then Jason Worth is out and the inning's over. But the fact that it was on the backswing, that's why it's a dead ball and you send the runner back.
So the bat, not the body.
Yes. So if he falls across the plate right here, and now Tucker Barnhart initiates contact.
Yeah, I guess you're going to throw it a little awry when a bat hits your mask.
Did Gary Cederstrom, was he involved in that? Was it umpire interference, and that's why it was a dead ball? I got to see that again.
1-2.
I know backswing dead ball, and if the umpire influences the throw at all, it's a dead ball. So let's watch it again a little more closely. Yeah, maybe he got him on the backswing.
Murphy, right field. It is not catchable, and here comes Worth heading for third. Bob Henley's going to send him. Brandon Phillips relay, no throw, and the game is tied. Murphy drives in both, and it's a 2-2 game.
That's the guy you got to be careful with. He's clutch. He's swinging the bat. He's arguably the MVP of the National League in the first half of the season. So DeSclafani's pitching a gem. He tries to get in there on Daniel Murphy. We've seen pitcher after pitcher after pitcher this year try to get in, but he didn't. He left it out over the plate enough. The ball checks up softly. You're wondering if it's going to bounce into the bullpen, and Jason Worth's going to have to go back to third. It stays in play. Jason scores easily, and just like that, a 2-2 ball game with a chance to go ahead right now.
21st double, 39th extra base hit, 55 runs batted in. Unbelievable, this guy. Rendon, ball 1.
And how big was that non-interference call on just a dead ball and the inning extending, allowing Murphy to do that? He's so good. My goodness.
Good take by Rendon, 2-0. This inning's also going to get DeSclafani up near or beyond 90 pitches. He started with just 65. Three and 0.
I'd be a little rattled right now. I say green light. I don't remember if Rendon ever swings 3-0.
4-pitch walk. Next up, Ryan Zimmerman. So after not walking any Nationals in 5 innings, hitting 1, he walks 2 here in the 6th, and walks were really what undid Brandon Finnegan here last night. When Ryan Zimmerman hit a 3-run homer early.
Thought it was a good matchup for Ryan last night. Took advantage, stayed behind the baseball, drove it out of here. Fan just missed the home run.
211 career for Ryan. He's gone over 800 RBIs this year. His 11th full season in the big leagues, although some of those quote full seasons have been interrupted by injury. And I think you made a good call earlier. If Harper and Zimmerman just do their thing in the second half, look out.
Yeah.
Nothing spectacular. Just do your thing that you've been doing.
Tweak here, tweak there. Those guys do their thing. Might be a laugher. Never know.
Inside. Number 7 hitter, Danny Espinosa. Up, but in the zone, 1-1. They've been delayed in New York for a while, and Jacob deGrom had pitched a couple of innings. Nats trying to get on top in this one, maybe lengthen their lead tonight. Zimmerman jammed, but he still gets a big piece of it. Jay Bruce waiting for the ball. And the Nationals, thanks to a walk to Worth and a double by Murphy, who else, have tied the game.
Lame. That was not DJ Taters. Visit Mercedes-Benz of Arlington to check out the 2016 CLA 20 250 lease at $299 a month. The CLA 250 for $299 a month. 2-2 ball game as we go to the top of the 7th. Yeah, I don't know what that music was, but that was not DJ Taters.
That was some Friday night guitar work licks right there. Billy Hamilton 0 for 1 with a walk. Roark 2-0. This is not a man you can walk to lead off an inning in a tie game.
Good point.
Barnhart next, then they could hit for DeSclafani. The Nats got him up to 92 pitches with a 27-pitch 6th inning. Ball 3.
If I'm Billy Hamilton, I'm filling up the count right here. I have to get on base in a 2-2 game.
He drives it to left, hit it pretty well. Jason Worth runs it down, heading straight out to the gap. He has played outstanding left field this year.
Well, most of the time you say Jason Worth just robbed somebody of a double. He just robbed Billy Hamilton of a triple because Hamilton could fly. So he was all systems go 3-1. Jason playing toward the line, but got a good jump. The ball kind of hung up there for him. A nice running catch. Telling you, if that ball stays in the ballpark, that's 3 bases, and Tanner Roark knows it, and he loves what his left fielder just did for him.
Barnhart 1 for 2 with an RBI hit. Stood at home plate in the 4th when Suarez was thrown out at 3rd. That could turn out to be a pretty big play in this game. DeSclafani is on deck here in the 7th. That one slammed right off the netting above the Reds dugout.
Nats win this game. Circle that play. And Daniel Murphy's play too. Those two.
Yeah. Significant things happening when the Nats are on defense.
And when your pitcher works fast and throws strikes. Shocking how that all works.
I've never wanted to card Jason Worth, but is he really 37 the way he's playing right now?
Not in his mind. I think you heard his response to that whole thing with Mass and Dan. I know I did.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not going to bring it up.
You know what you can do. He told everybody.
Yeah. There's a course of action he suggested. Never mind.
Yeah, I think I know what he'll say to you if you card him.
Slider. Low and in, 2-2, and the number 8 hitter. The Nats have their bottom 3 due up in the 7th.
You know what I like about that card? As soon as you start saying the R word as a player, you're beat. You're defeated. You start talking about retirement or I'm getting old, or you start using that as an excuse. Now your game starts to follow that line of thinking. And the fact that he's fighting it all the way tooth and nail and says he wants to play till he's 40 and play as long as he can. I love that mindset. Yeah. You don't see that from older players a lot.
That ball up the middle. Maybe there's another reason why they shouldn't have run with Barnhart batting 3 innings ago. So he's 2 for 3. Anthony DeSclafani, you would think bunting to get Barnhart to second on the second out with Zach Cozart next. Now Oliver Perez has joined Blake Trinan. Nats pitcher due to bat 3rd in the 7th. DeSclafani squaring around early. 2 career sacrifice bunts. Pulled the bat back. It was low, ball 1.
Boy, if he bunts right now, he's bunting into the teeth. And with Barnhart on first base, you have a chance to get that force at second.
Yeah, you're right. Catcher running.
I mean, the slash, the butcher boy might be in play here. If, I haven't seen him enough, if he can control the bat.
Kind of a hard bunt. 2-2-2, they're hollering. There's the play, and there's the double play. Roark to Espinoza to Murphy. on a 1-6-4, and the Nets are doubling everybody up these days.
We were hoping just to get the force out in second. You got the bonus. Why? Because Tanner Roark could feel his position. Look at the athleticism from the Nats pitcher. Perfect feed, perfect turn.
Will begin an 8-game patriotic homestand Monday. Food, fireworks, fun on the 4th. Danny Espinosa, Fu Manchu bobblehead giveaway, and more. 703-590-2311 or PotomacNationals.com. We'll tell you about the more stuff later.
And more.
Danny Espinosa's in the box. Bottom 7. What a ball game. Tanner Roark at 108 pitches. They would probably hit for him here. Lobaton next. Then the pitcher's spot. And that's pitch number 93 for DeSclafani.
There's double plays and then there's double plays that are momentum changers. And I'm calling that was a momentum changer. That was beautiful.
79 double plays.
Jason's play, the 4-6-3 by Murphy, the 1-6-3 right there, and Eugenio Suarez trying to steal third for some reason with 2 outs are the plays that are sticking in my mind in a tie ball game in the bottom of the 7th.
One ball, one strike. Jeep with Moore inside the numbers. So since the 26th of May, Danny's on quite a list with Duval, Cargo, Chris Bryant, Edwin Encarnacion of those fence-busting Blue Jays.
I guarantee you there's nobody else in baseball that has 15 taters and 6 base hit bunts.
And none of those guys have a pitcher hitting behind them either. 2-2. DeSclafani having quite a night. Working on a 4-hitter right now. A walk hurt him last inning. Murphy hurt him. He can get in that line. And the count 2-2, nobody out. By the way, Tanner Roark's gone 7 innings for the 10th time this year. Espinosa on a ball in the dirt. He missed it, and no need to tag him. He left the premises, and they can throw it around the horn. DeSclafani, strikeout number 7. Dusty not tipping his hand yet with the on deck hitter.
Well, he's got to get on deck regardless.
It's Clint Robinson.
Oh, I mean, Clint Robinson's got to get on deck regardless. So that's going to do it for Tanner. Got to get him a win here. He pitched great.
Yeah. 108 pitches, 62 strikes. Sammy Solis is throwing. So times are changing in the bullpen.
I'm telling you, this guy, DeSclafani, reminds me a lot of Jake Arrieta. They have similar deliveries. He has more clothes on than Jake Arrieta right now. A lot more.
You better explain that one.
He's in ESPN, the naked issue. Pitching on the mound all naked. Which would be a real problem if there was a comebacker. Bryce was in it last year.
One and two. Boy, he's working quickly, trying to get through this 7th inning. Now he and Barnhartle stared at each other for a while. Then I tried it again. Look at those lines. Other than the strikeouts, nearly identical. A lot more hits by the Reds. That's all right. That means Roark was attacking. And there's another strikeout, number 8. Clint Robinson trying to get aboard or hit one over the boards to get Tanner Roark a W.
Well, a nice night for Tanner Roark. Like the biggest compliment you can get whenever we go anywhere, other coaches and managers from other teams always ask about Tanner Roark. They love him. They love everything about his game, the way he throws strikes, the way he attacks, the way he fields his position. You know, whenever I'm down the field, I'll have opposing managers and coaches say, we love Tanner Roark. Best kept secret in baseball, in my opinion.
Kind of guy you want on your team and in your clubhouse.
Yep.
Robinson 0 for 2 career with a walk against DeSclafani, and that's low and away. 1-1. Right-hander Raisel Iglesias. Another ball well hit. Clint Robinson, left field corner. That is fair. Rattles around. It's a ground rule double. So he's in scoring position with 2 outs as Clint Robinson collects his 5th pinch hit of the year.
Pretty swing right there. A knock away from Tanner Roark, qualifying for a win. Inside out swing. It was tailing, just a matter of, is it fair or is it foul? I think it got chalk. Ooh.
And the Reds are taking a look at this.
Remember that?
In the old days, there truly was chalk down there, but sometimes it's, I've seen some ballparks where the line is a fire hose down there in the dirt, and the Reds, I believe, are going to challenge.
That's paint, and I've been talking about the Cyclops at Wimbledon all week. Come in handy right here, wouldn't it? There was one last night. Just like, it had to be fuzz on the tennis ball, the only thing that was in.
Cincinnati challenging the double. Ramon De Jesus, rookie umpire, is on your right, had that call. He's joined by Gary Cederstrom.
It's tough for our cameramen to get the shot down the corner. And I think there's White there.
Looked to me like White touched
but
White.
That's the only view anybody's going to have, I believe, right? Even New York. That right there. And is that enough to overturn it? I don't think so. And that looks good enough to me.
Yeah.
But
looks like ball sitting on line.
It's worth a challenge by Brian Price. In a tie game, I'd do it too. Yeah, they go spray paint here. They go chalk in the infield, spray paint on the grass, and spray paint down the lines.
Hey, you guys seen that one picture of me when I bent over?
Yeah, it's a double. Red Zerata challenges in a tight ball game. Ben Revere has hit the ball hard twice tonight. In fact, his bouncer to second base last inning, leading off, pretty well hit.
And if you're wondering why Dusty isn't running for Robinson, a 2-2 game, you just can't be burning guys left and right. You don't know how long this one's going to go. You just got to hope that Robinson gets a good secondary lead, because Billy Hamilton's cheating in. He can throw. Jay Bruce has got a decent arm. Duvall's got a decent arm. So hands tied for Dusty right here. You can't put Michael Taylor in.
Revere, left field line, and about 4 to 5 feet foul. Ben's been doing a better job of staying on the ball. With DeSclafani, about 40% of his pitches have happened in the last inning and 2/3.
He's grinding.
Look at that 27 total in the 6th. Nats had 2 walks around a Murphy double to tie it.
If I'm Brian Price, I'm sticking with DeSclafani too. No brainer for a manager. You got a guy that's pitched real well out there tonight, and you don't know what you're getting when you open that door down there.
1-2 now. Taking the low one to get it back even. 9 o'clock in DC. Ball game started. Rain delayed 35 minutes at 6:40. BCFP DK. Quite a ball game. Nats are running the first. Reds are running the second. They traded tallies in the 6th. And with the Nats bullpen about to pitch the rest of the evening, trying to get on top here and give Roark a win. Revere, right side, backhand Votto. Pitcher didn't cover. He's safe. And at third base is Robinson. Anthony DeSclafani froze on the play. And it's an infield hit for Revere.
Hey, good hustle by Ben Revere. Joey Votto looked up, his pitcher wasn't there, and then he panicked, as any first baseman would with Ben Revere running. So nice job of putting the ball in play. Where's my pitcher? Uh-oh, too late. Ben Revere can fly, so the inning continues. And Jason Worth has a chance to be a hero.
That was interesting. He finished his delivery. That P, it looked like he took a couple of steps toward third.
Yeah, he just kind of fell that way, didn't he?
Yeah. Now into the Cincinnati bullpen. Together, there's nothing we can't solve. Visit the UPSstore.com for locations. 111 pitches, 68 strikes for DeSclafani, and now Worth is next. Brought to you by Dominion National, providing innovative, yeah, we knew Phillips would be on this one, high-value dental and vision benefits to area employers and individuals. So everybody, smile. It's Friday.
Going over the scouting reports.
On 26-year-old right-hander Raisel Iglesias. 9th appearance. He's made 5 starts. 33 innings, 35 Ks.
Now, fastball average is 91. Slider changeup to complement. Lots of sliders at 80. So you're looking at the scouting report. What does it say? Well, first pitch fastball this percentage of the time. First pitch slider this %. Well, here we go. Jason Worth has a chance to be the hero tonight.
Facing this right-hander for the first time. He can bring it. Mid-90s for a strike. Jason tonight 0 for 2, but a key walk with 1 out last inning. Enabled Murphy to bat in the inning, who drove him in with a double.
Crowd into it.
Threw it away, and Barnhart just got the end of his webbing on that ball. That was a breaking ball that was way out there.
That was a pine tar slider right there. That ball just stuck to his hand way too long and hung to the left. I don't know how Barnhart got it. Watch this wiffle ball slider. Drop down. Barnhart saves the day momentarily. And for some reason, Ben Revere didn't get a good look at it. He's still on first.
Yeah, that could be big on a bouncer over the mound. 1-0 to Jason Worth, outfield straightaway. A lot of room infield right side. Way outside again, 2-1. And this better be the guy for Iglesias, because there are 2 lefties waiting. Rice 2 hits tonight. Murphy 2 RBIs behind him. Worth, a hot shot. Cozart, quite a play. And to Phillips, the inning is over. We've seen some outstanding defense on both sides tonight. Into the 8th, 2-2.
Time for some key in the driver's seat. I'll show you some defense tonight. You always talk about guys that work fast, throw strikes. There's also guys that fire you up. And I feel like Tanner Roark's one of those guys you want to play behind, because he's given it everything he's got. So when you're playing behind a guy like that, you give it everything you got. You're supposed to do that on a nightly basis, but there's certain guys you play behind that you just turn it up a notch. And I feel like Tanner Roark's one of those, and he fires us up just watching him way up here.
7 innings, 8 hits, 2 runs, 2 walks, 4 Ks. My impression of the series at Cincinnati was that Sammy Solis pitched a lot. Well, he only pitched in one game, but he threw 3 scoreless innings. One pitch, Revere, and Zach Cozart retired, top of the 8th. That was the reason the Nats won that game really on getaway day. He settled the madness down while the Nats took the lead, and then they held on eventually.
He's done that a few times this year with his 94-mile-an-hour fastball, curveball changeup combo.
That was the first time Cozart had faced him. Joey Votto 0 for 2 against Sammy. They're going up hacking. Both starters gone, and they both did very well. Not covering first, almost costing DeSclafani a win, though. Or a loss.
Don't you feel like Jason Worth's the guy you want up there, though, in those big situations? I mean, that was 105-mile-an-hour out. He just lives for those sitos. He does. Can't do anything else but hit it hard. You can't steer it. That was a good at-bat.
0-2 to Votto. He was 2 for 3 against Roark tonight. And that is perfect. Sammy Solis freezing a quality hitter. 2 outs.
Well, the good part's that Sammy's pitching tonight. The bad part, he won't be pitching on Rat Pack night. It's time for a Toyota Case for Kids, a Washington area Toyota deal. You got to have a Sammy on Rat Pack night. Want to help children and their families by making a $37 donation to Children's Inn at NIH for every strikeout by a Nats pitcher this year.
Phillips 0 for 2 against Sammy. 0 for 1 sack bunt and a walk tonight. Curveball coming in from the outside, and Phillips tried to get to it.
You know, if Sammy ever decided to be a starter again, we'd get out of here in about 2 hours and 5 minutes.
Wow, what an inning. Fly ball on Cozart to 1 pitch. A total of 7 in the inning. He struck out Votto and Phillips, and the Nats are right back in the dugout. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Washington Nationals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the expressed written consent of the Washington Nationals. Bottom of the 8th, Harper, Murphy, Rendon, Raisel Iglesias still in the game. 4 pitches, 2 strikes to get Worth out on a rocket. Bryce faces him for the first time in a 2-2 game. High fly ball. Right field, didn't get it. Bruce coming in now. A lot of hang time. 1 out. The White House Historical Association brings us our third bobblehead, this time honoring racing president Herbert Hoover. That's Sunday. First 25,000 fans in the ballpark get the bobblehead when the Nats take on the Reds. For tickets, nationals.com. He is walking with a purpose right there. Here's Murph, swinging with a purpose. 1 for 2 tonight, sac fly, double, 2 RBIs. He has 55 on the year, ball 1. He faces Iglesias for the first time.
Fangraph says his fastball is averaging 90.8 miles an hour. It's been 96, 97, 95. So he's either feeling really good or I got bogus info.
That is fair. Look at that thing. Murphy's going to get another double. Just squirting its way down the third base line. He can do no wrong. 22nd double of the year. And Daniel Murphy with that 2-bagger is up to 40 extra base hits.
The many swings of Daniel Murphy. He's a power hitter sometimes. Other times he goes Wade Boggs on you the other way, and that's the Wade Boggs swing right there. Look at this. I think the bat might have died a hero, but when you're having a year like Daniel Murphy, this is what happens. Do you see that thing come back the other way? It's supposed to go foul, folks. It's at the inside out swing, but it came back fair and then went around the bag and foul. So,
you know what? For 6 years, you've been saying you cannot guide the baseball. I think for one guy, maybe he can. It's unbelievable. Here's Rendon, up and away.
The ball went 2 ways. I've never seen that before.
Well, you know, how about the home run he kept fair, then this he keeps fair?
It's going foul, then it comes back right there, and then it goes around the bag. Jeez. I mean, stay hot, Daniel Murphy. Inventing ways to get hits.
1-0 to Rendon. Game on the line here, bottom of the 8th. Nobody warming in the Nationals bullpen. Dusty likes what he saw from Solis, and Jay Bruce, a left-hander, leads off the 9th. Rendon tonight 0 for 2 with a walk. Taking.
Maybe I put Julio Iglesias in Fangraphs.
I don't know. Somebody had his fastball in the mid-60s. 2-1. Votto way off the bag at first. Rendon so good going the other way, and that's ball 3. Ryan Zimmerman waiting here in the 8th. He's 0 for 2, hit by a pitch. And he has faced this right-hander before. Rendon has not. The Nats have been given 3 walks tonight. One of them hurt big time. 2 on, 1 out. Ten of his last 21 hits, extra bases. 1 for 3 career with an RBI against Raisel Iglesias. It's Mark Riggins, the Reds pitching coach. This visit taking a while. Gary Cederstrom out to break it up. Wow, that ball hit right on the plate, mid-90s. Clean pick by Barnhart, who's had quite a night back there.
He's saving the day a couple of times.
Iglesias coming back from an impingement in his right shoulder, throwing extremely hard. But how much command does he have? Only 4th appearance off the DL. Zimmerman drives one to center, and it's right at Billy Hamilton. Continues to be one of the unluckiest hitters in the league. 2 outs. It's up to Danny Espinosa.
You don't see Ryan frustrated like you just saw him, but he did everything right. Right on the screws. Billy Hamilton really didn't have to do a whole lot. Watch him flip the bat way in the air. Frustrated.
Espinosa, rare offer tonight. But a good matchup for him. 2 line drive singles in 3 career at-bats against Iglesias. Good take inside. Braves have come back to lead over Miami. Cubs and Mets have resumed in New York. Two and 0. Right-hander was the Reds' opening day starter. 1-1, 5 starts before he suffered that impingement. That's on the inside edge. 2-1.
He'll run back fastball right here, 94. Nice pitch. Go ahead, run on second. This is a huge at bat in a big part of this game.
Similar place. Same result, 2-2.
And when players go on the road for 12 days, they can really feed off the energy of the home crowd in situations like this. They can't wait to get home to feel the energy. Bottom of the 8th, tie game. Go ahead, run on second base. Guy hit 2 home runs last night. This is where you get nuts if you're in the stands.
Swing and a miss. Espinosa strikes out. The Nats have stranded 7 runners in the last 4 innings. 2-2 into the 9th. Middle coming up for the Reds. Nationals baseball on Masson, brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you. By American Standard Heating and Air. It's their all-star sales event with up to $1,100 in instant rebates or 0% APR for 36 months. And by Navy Federal Credit Union, proudly serving the armed forces and their families for over 80 years. Federally insured by NCUA. To the ninth, 280 Reds, 270 Nats. Crowd of 27,631 on a holiday Friday night. Sammy Solis and Jay Bruce matching up for the second time. Jay 0 for 1 against him. In the eighth, Sammy Solis threw 7 pitches, 7 strikes. Breaking ball hit to right. Harper there. 8 pitches, 8 strikes, 4 outs. Next 5 ball games. Fox does the TV thing tomorrow night. The pitching matchup is Joe Ross and Dan Straley. For Sunday's game, Strasburg and Giolito both preparing as if they're starting. That decision to be made. And then we start the Brewers series with the traditional 11 a.m. 4th of July game Monday. Adam Duvall 0 for 1 against Sammy Solis, who hasn't missed with a pitch yet. Duvall's had a good night. He had 2 for 3 with an RBI against Tanner Roark. Couple of singles up the middle. Perfect. 10 pitches in a row in the zone. I mean, you got to miss once to show him something else, don't you?
You just don't want to put too much pressure on yourself to have to throw a strike every single pitch.
Yeah, 10 of 11, that's all right. Or 11 out of 12. 3 strikeouts, 5 quick outs for the ever efficient Sammy Solis, who deals with Suarez now.
Do it, Sammy.
Pretty impressive.
Really impressive. No, I think he had the 9th.
There was nobody warming.
If the Nats had scored right there. That's how much confidence Dusty Baker has in his lefty.
Suarez 2 for 3 against Tanner Roark. And then he hit that blistering drive to Murphy that Daniel turned into the rally killing double play in the 6th. Solis, as I mentioned, pitched 3 scoreless innings with 1 hit in Cincinnati on that Sunday afternoon. He threw 50 pitches, 35 strikes in 3 innings. If Espinosa turns it, it's going to be 15 pitches in 2 innings. Look at that arm. 1, 2, 3 go the Reds. They'll probably take a look at this one. Brian Price is coming out of the dugout. So let's see what shakes out. But they don't have any challenges.
He's going to ask politely that whole thing. When you're out of challenges, can you please look at that, sir? I'm out of challenges.
No.
I'll slip you a 20 if you do it.
You got to deny that.
And they're going to look.
Come on. Why have a challenge, be unsuccessful, and then basically you get another one on a play like this?
The umpires can review close calls.
He's out.
I can't tell on that angle. See where he hits the bag, though? If he hits the front, maybe he's safe. He stepped right on top of it. What about the arm here? Don't sleep on the gun by Espinosa. He's out.
He's out.
He's out.
The objective is to speed up the game. The Reds are out of challenges.
It's starting to rain, and the fans are heading for the hills. It's only water. Says the guy in the booth that's dry.
Well, get this to the bottom of the 9th. Lobaton, a pinch hitter. and then Revere, and maybe things get a little slippery on defense. As we knew, the inning is over. Sammy Solis, 15 pitches, 13 strikes. .16 is a pinch hitter this year, 3 homers, 5 RBIs. He's batting for Jose Lobaton, one of the things Johnny and Ray might be talking about during the Nats Extra post-game show, presented by W.B. Mason. Ramos would have to come in and catch if it goes extras, so he could be hitting next. We'll be keeping our eye on Michael A. Taylor to run. This one goes to the bottom of the ninth, and Iglesias still out there for the Reds. He's a starter. He can stretch it out. Drew against Iglesias. It'll be their first ever matchup. In an inning and a third, he has thrown 19 pitches, 9 strikes. So not many. So it looks like Ramos next.
Looking at the tablet, what maybe he's done against him if he's faced him, I don't know. Or what he has. Gathering a game plan with Rick Shue. What are we waiting for here?
Drew, a .300 career pinch hitter. Shift is on. Suarez in the third baseline, about 35 feet off the third base bag. Off-speed pitch. Steven did a little stutter step there, trying to wait for it, and it missed anyway. Ramos has stepped out on deck. Ball 2. Ball 3. Sean Kelly. And Iglesias gets the outside edge. Drew to center. It'll play for Billy Hamilton. And you'll hear a roar here in a moment when they announce Wilson Ramos. Ramos 1 for 4 as a pinch hitter this year with an RBI. Facing Iglesias for the first time.
He's thinking one thing. I guarantee you he's thinking one thing.
And you would, well, they can't really pinch run for him now because he's got to catch if the game goes any farther.
That's why I was thinking one thing. This is like getting a free pull at $1 million slot. I mean, you're hitting 340. You're thinking walk-off jack. One at bat, let it rip.
Strike call, it's even 1-1. Ramos hitting 340, second in the league. That time Iglesias came in sidearm. So Sammy Solis, 2 innings, 3 strikeouts, 15 pitches, only 2 missed. One and 2 to Wilson Ramos. And he pops one up to center. Hamilton in, Phillips out. Brandon Phillips has it for the second out. Up to Ben Revere to get aboard.
So if you're going to tweak replay, why don't you just throw the challenges out and have managers walk out and ask the ump to look at stuff? There's no importance of keeping your challenge. If in 7, 8, 9 you're out of challenges, you can ask umpires to go look at things and be super nice to them and hope they acquiesce.
Ben Revere facing Iglesias, first time. Quite a night for all the pitchers. They've all done well. Kind of an old-fashioned ball game. Bottom of the ninth, only 2 guys have pitched for either team. And Iglesias was not going to do what his predecessor did. He really got to the bag. The Nats are 3-2 in extra innings this year, 2-0 here at home. Extra innings here at Nationals Park. The Nats are 2-0 at home in extra innings this year, 3-2 overall. The Reds on the road, 2-2, 2-5. And Sean Kelly, 32-year-old right-hander, takes care here.
34th appearance for Sean Kelly. Fastball low to mid-90s, slider above average, real good one. Opponent's hitting just 204 off Sean this year. And Wilson Ramos remains in the game at catcher.
For the Reds, Billy Hamilton, Tucker Barnhart. Then the pitcher's spot. Hamilton against Kelly, 1 for 2. Last time Billy Hamilton hit was as the leadoff man in the 7th. Lined out on a 3-1 pitch. Barnhart singled, then the double play. And thanks to Sammy Solis, the Reds have had nothing since. One ball, one strike. Hamilton in the air, left side. Anthony Rendon tracking it. 8 in a row retired by the Nationals bullpen. Next up, the catcher, Tucker Barnhart, who might be their most valuable player tonight. Without his defense, they might be heading for the hotel, and the Nats would be heading home with a win. He's also driven in a run, 2 for 3, and looked very hitterish tonight.
I just like guys that wear eye black at night. I do. It's more of a symbol than anything. It's war paint.
Ooh, Kelly on the attack, just missing. One and two to the Cincinnati catcher. Turns on that one. That's into the right field corner, and he's 3 for 4. Ball takes a big hop on Bryce Harper. All he can do is pick it up, get it back in. And now the Reds, with Jose Peraza coming up to pinch hit, have the lead run in scoring position.
Jim Riggleman, Brian Price talking about maybe pinch running right now for Tucker Barnhart. Good swing. Got that slider down in, dropped the barrel on it. So 3rd hit for Barnhart here tonight. And do they pinch run for their catcher? Not yet.
Yeah, they're a bit of a short bench. They have only 4 extra men because of an 8-man bullpen. They have Ivan De Jesus and Troy Holt who can move it. Their backup catchers, Ramon Cabrera. So the pinch hitter will be Peraza. Has not faced Sean Kelly. Peraza 1 for 2 as a pinch hitter. Up there hacking. So this is their first extra man they use tonight. De Jesus and Holt, right-handed batters. And then Cabrera. When you have a 5.52 staff ERA and have to put another arm into that bullpen, it kind of hurts your late game versatility.
Plus, if you pinch run for Tucker Barnhart, you're burning 3 players, really. A pinch runner, and then you got to put a catcher in. So
yeah,
a 2-2 game, you can't do that. That was silly of me to even suggest.
Upstairs, 1 and 2. Nobody has played the Nats outside the division tougher than the Cincinnati Reds over the last 2 years. Coming into this series, they had beaten the Nats 7 out of 9 and 10 out of 15. Washington got them with the 13-run explosion last night. Season series even at 2-2 right now. Out of play again.
Moise and Peraza laid on the fastball. And I think the reason why they haven't tried the slider yet is they don't want to speed up his bat. He's been tardy on every heater. Every pitch right in the same spot. Look at that. Wow. That's some target practice right there. That's some sharp shooting. If that was your pattern on the range, you'd be a world-class shot. Look at that. One, I can't even see him.
Sean, what happened on pitch 3?
What were you thinking?
1-2 with the runner in scoring position. Another heater, and that's going to get him looking on the corner. Sean Kelly, perfect placement. 2 outs here in the 10th.
Well, probably freaked him out because it wasn't in the same spot as the other 7. Wait, you were supposed to throw it a little bit more in the middle. Good pitch.
Splitting the outside corner. Mike Maddox, a quick visit with Zach Cozart stepping in. Cozart 0 for 2 career against Kelly. And the bottom of the 10th could be exciting if the Nats get out of this. It's Worth, Harper, and Murphy.
I think one arm on the shoulder, you're okay. If he goes double arms on each shoulder, that's when it's really serious. But he's always emphasizing his point with an arm on the shoulder, Mike Maddox. Maybe I'll try that in the Open tomorrow. Wait, at Sunday. Because we're not here tomorrow on Rat Pack Day.
Cozart 0 for 4. Kelly missing.
That wasn't a pitch around Zach Cozart to get to Joey Votto. I know that's not what they discussed.
Love to see Joey Votto's next at bat tomorrow night. Three and 0. Joey Votto's had a good night. Solis froze him last time, but he's 2 for 4. Wow, look at that. 1 for his last 24, and he makes an out on a 3-0 pitch with that result.
He didn't run.
Unbelievable. Reds have lost it a few times tonight. Worth, Harper, and Murphy trying to cause him to lose the whole thing.
I'm not going to blame him for swinging 3-0 and tapping back to the pitcher. This game's hard. You know, he's thinking I'm going to win this game. But you just retired Pete Rose's number. And a guy that used to bust it down to first every single time and wear the same uniform you're wearing, and you run like that, and Joey Votto's on deck, there's no excuse for that. Hard 90 every single time. It doesn't take any ability. If Zach Cozart ran, he would have been safe.
One for his last 25. Left-hander Tony Cingrani, 26 years of age, takes over against the Nats. He's pretty much been their closer, 9 saves, the majority of theirs. So 38th appearance, 3.57 ERA. Not a strikeout guy. 26 strikeouts, and get this, 21 walks in 35 innings.
But if Bryce would have run on his close to a home run, maybe we're not here right now. So it's not that hard. That's the one part of the game you can control, is busting it down the line every single day.
Jason Worth, Bryce Harper, Daniel Murphy. Worth is 0 for 3 career with a walk against Tony Cingrani, who has made 30 starts in his big league career. Right now he's their closer. Worth so good against left-handed pitching this year. Batting average leads the National League at .397. 1-1.
Does Cingrani look like a left-handed Ryan Matthews?
Yes, he does. No, he had a short shower that moved through here.
He didn't love this call. Was it a strike?
Probably not. Cingrani stays out there, and Worth fouls it out of play.
You know, I hate calling guys out like that don't run hard, but it's just the one thing you can control on a daily basis, and it doesn't really take a whole lot of ability to do it 4 or 5 times a night. You know, when you grind like Bryce and play 155 games, I get it. Sometimes you just don't feel like it. You're beat up. Who knows what's going on with your lower half? But when you're a scrappy guy like Zach Cozart, I mean, Joey Votto should be hitting right now.
Target in. It's up and in, ball 2. Base hit left field. Worth, first base hit tonight. He's on for the 2nd time. So he has a 1 for 4 night going. Winning runs aboard, and here's Harper. Harper against Cingrani, career 0 for 4, 2 strikeouts. But sometimes facing a lefty, you'll keep that body aligned, keep that shoulder in there. We'll see how Bryce handles this situation. He's already had 5 walk-off hits, 3 homers. On the shift, they cannot play Suarez too far away from the bag. Bryce would just maybe bunt for a hit down there. So he's hanging around the left side. Harper started, stopped, ball 1. Hanging on that back leg for quite a while before that throw over.
Oh, that's close to a balk, isn't it? Wow.
It is borderline.
Watch where he steps. This might not really show you, but it was close to home. Bryce is due for one of those movie moments too, by the way. He hasn't had one in a while.
96. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Dusty's on the end of the bench. Took Mike Maddox with him.
Nats have had 4 hits in the last couple of innings. 8 stranded tonight. Cincinnati 5. Hard ball. 96 again. It's 1-2. Two and two. Bryce just stays alive. Tony Cingrani's given up 4 home runs this year. He's issued 21 walks. Wow, that was close. How did Bryce take it? 3 and 2.
Real close. Gary Cederstrom might want to go home. Good eye.
Reds can't be happy with that.
Live to fight another day. Big pitch coming.
Swinging a foul tip, and that's a strikeout throw-out double play. 2 outs, bases empty.
What are the odds that you catch the foul tip cleanly and still throw Jason Worth out? Dusty Baker betting on contact right there. Didn't happen. But then the foul tip stays in Tucker Barnhart's glove. Watch this. A little redirect. He catches it right in the heel. Look at that. Ball's barely in his glove. And then he throws out Jason Worth by a lot because he had to make sure that Cingrani was going home.
Murphy, 2 for 3, 2 RBIs tonight. 1 for 2 career against Cingrani. Oliver Perez throwing again for the Nats. Sean Kelly just had a 19-pitch 10th inning. Look out, folks. The first one he hasn't caught all night. Two great left-handed batters in this game. Votto would lead off the 11th if it gets there. Murphy down the line. Ball not deep. Chased by Bruce, and he has it. And Joey Votto will get another bat tonight. Started off with a Worth single. The double play killed the rally. 2-2 after 10. 2 hits since the 6th inning. 2 8-0 Nats. 2 hits since the 7th. Oliver Perez for Washington, 34th appearance, 4.50 ERA, 26 Ks in 20 innings. Baffling hitters with a variety of angles and pitches. And he'll have to face Votto, Phillips, and Bruce here.
And got some big outs to get it to the bottom half of the 11th.
We'll check some matchup numbers here. Joey Votto 4 for 11 with a homer, a walk, 5 strikeouts, 6 RBIs against him. Danny Espinosa on a shift will go beyond the second base bag while Murphy moves into right field. Rendon 30 feet off the bag at third.
But this is an odd shift for me just because you have a sidearm lefty. And if I'm Joey Votto, I'm thinking the other way all the way right here.
Yeah.
You have to take pull out of the equation or you fall right into Oliver Perez's trap. But they have so much data down there. They know what they're doing. He must hit everything on the ground off Perez to the right side. That's what the scouting report's telling him. I don't think he's real interested in hitting the ground ball right now, though.
Joey thought he had a hanger to deal with there, and he was trying to hit it over the Nats bullpen. That is perfect on the outside edge or the corner. Sometimes when we refer to the corner, we're talking about the front of home plate, and that might have been all it got on its way by.
Maybe. Maybe.
Or not. Tried it again. That was well outside. Boy, the Mets are creaming the Cubs tonight after a delay. It's now 10-1 fifth inning New York. Miami, couple of runs. Bottom of the 7th, they have a 5-4 lead at Atlanta. They were both behind. Now they're both ahead. 2-2 pitch. The other way, in the air, out of play. Joey Votto is 4 for 7 in this series. Opposite field homer last night off lefty Gio Gonzalez. 2-2 here. Perez, fastball. Look at that, Anthony Rendon on the shift right where he needed to be. 1 out.
I didn't see him move to shortstop. That scared me. I thought, uh-oh, that's right where he wasn't.
You know, and a lot of teams do that now because with 2 strikes, there's no bunt threat. So they'll move him over 10, 15, 20 feet to the left.
But if he would have done that with no strikes, Anthony Rendon was playing right where he normally plays. So I love the shift. It's the greatest.
When it works. And it has a couple of times tonight.
I'm going to start pumping it up.
Phillips 0 for 2. Sacrifice and a walk.
Been a grouchy shift guy for too long now. I need a change. Why aren't they going to shift right now, Bob?
I don't know, but why did Brian Price get 2 challenges?
It's still bothering you, isn't it? It's bothering me
I'm the
too.
grouchy extra challenges guy.
Dusty did that a couple of times this year, and I don't get why using your challenge early is a big deal now. If late, you can just talk him into it.
Yeah, be polite and they'll do it. Zimmerman, backhand pick. He tells Oliver, I'll do it myself. 2 down.
If he was in the shift, he would have never got that. I'm confused.
It'll be Perez and Jay Bruce now.
Well, he's playing straight up. I don't know why. If this thing keeps going, it's going to get loose up here. Nice play. Look at Oliver Perez. Take it yourself. Ole.
So Joey Votto against Perez, 4 for 12. Brandon Phillips now 3 for 19. And here's Jay Bruce. We'll give you his matchup number after the at bat.
Uh-oh.
Curveball low.
There's a shift. That's what I'm talking about. So you play everybody just like that.
Jay Bruce tonight 0 for 4. Came in with a 7-game hitting streak. A fly ball to each outfielder, a grounder to short. And Bruce reaching for it. He's now 0 for 8 career against Oliver Perez. Bullpen fantastic tonight. Solis, Kelly, Perez. Some potential all-stars coming in. Out from behind the screen with a walk-off run here in the bottom of the 11th. Rendon, Zimmerman, Espinosa. Second inning of work for Tony Cingrani. 18 pitches, 11 strikes against Worth, Harper, and Murphy. Anthony Rendon is 1 for 2 career against him. The Nats third baseman 0 for 2. Pair of walks tonight.
Change seats. Do something.
Upstairs to Rendon.
See? Ball 1. You change seats.
This one in the air to right. Jay Bruce is there. Zimmerman, Espinosa, the next two. Ryan Zimmerman looked like for a second he was going to win the game for the Nats in the bottom of the 8th. 2 on 1 out. He hit an absolute blistering line drive, but it stayed up and went right to Billy Hamilton. Tough luck. 0 for 3 tonight. 0 for 1 career with a lineout against Cingrani.
Fireworks tonight are going to wake up the neighborhood. Use one right now.
Tuesday, May 19th last year, Ryan a 2-run homer against the Yankees.
Scare me like that.
To walk him off, and that is just out of play. Joey Votto kind of gave up on it, and it came twisting back and appeared to hit the rail, not 2 or 3 rows in. Andrew Miller, the victim of that Zimmerman walk-off.
Joey Votto dropped the ball and everybody's booing him. He had a long way to go, but if he keeps going, he could have caught that or at least made it close. Then he just kind of drops the ball on the track and everybody booed him.
0-2 pitch. Zimmerman gets jammed, and that's playable for Jay Bruce. Now it's up to Espinoza with 2 outs. Danny 1 for 3 against Cingrani. Rough night for Danny. Maybe turning to the other side of the plate will help out. 1 for 3 against this lefty with a walk.
Sometimes it does, actually. You feel like a different hitter.
Yeah, 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts left-handed.
Some nights you just don't have it on one side if you're a switch hitter and they bring in somebody else and you're like, thank you for the lefty or thank you for the righty. Anything to just try something else.
The pitcher spot is next. So Chris Heisey, the former Red, to hit. Had a couple of knocks last night. Way outside, 2-0. Blake Treinen warming up for the Nationals. So Heisey and Taylor, the last 2 remaining. Wilson Ramos has been in the game now for a couple of innings. Espinoza almost fished, and now it's 3-0.
Green light all the way. Let it rip. Swing hard in case you hit it.
Maybe a little further away than Danny wanted it. And this one, it'll be close again over there. Votto giving chase. He's there. Makes a very fine play this time. He's going to show it to the fans and hold on, run away and have a smile. Now maybe somebody said something that he didn't like. And now we're going to the 12th. Fine play by Joey Votto. It's still 2-2.
It's my ball and I'm going home.
For the Reds, it'll be Adam Duvall, Eugenio Suarez, and Billy Hamilton against Blake Treinen.
Yeah, 35th appearance, record 4-1, ERA nice at 2.25. Opponents hitting .236 against Blake. See the ground ball percentage at 63%. Dusty Baker would love 3 ground balls right at somebody right here.
Adam Duvall, 2 for 4 night. There is that hard to hit sinker.
Tried to ambush him, thinking he's going to lay one in there. That one had some nasty late movement.
Then he gets a pitch up. 2 hops to Danny Espinosa. That thing was spinning on Danny. So with 1 out, Blake Treinen in there. Here's Dan.
Bob, I caught up with Blake Treinen recently, who told me that he can't get caught up in trying to be someone who's not. He needs to remember what's made him successful. The biggest thing there is trust his 4-seamer into lefties and bore his sinker into righties. And Dusty gave Blake a bit of advice recently. He said, don't be afraid to stand hitters up with the fastball in off the plate. A lot of hitters against Treinen will creep out over the plate and look to shoot something the other way, even right-handers. Dusty saying that's something that can defend against that, the fastball up and in.
Here's Suarez. Down and in, that's nasty. 0 for 1 with a strikeout against Blake.
Have you seen a game in recent memory with more weird spin on ground balls before? The Zach Cozart one that came back fair. The Zach Cozart one that was all weird over there. The Murphy double, and that one to Danny Espinosa.
Yeah, you're right.
There's all kinds of weird spinning balls going on here tonight. That one came back towards second base, and Danny had to adjust at the last minute. It's a full moon.
I don't know.
I can't see either.
Base hit. Murphy was playing up the middle. And Eugenio Suarez has 3 hits tonight, 4 in the series. Billy Hamilton is next.
I hate the shift. I tried to love it for a couple of innings, but
yeah,
I did. I wrapped my arms around it, gave it a big hug, but after that, I can't.
The two of you had a nice run.
I'm breaking up with the shift.
Hamilton 0 for 1 against Blake Treinen. One out of play again. They're late for his heater. Hamilton last night 0 for 2, pair of walks. Tonight 0 for 3 with a base on balls. So knock on the table here. The Nats have put him on 3 times, have not paid for it. And a 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Big time slider from Blake Treinen. 2 outs.
That was so sharp and so late. Might be the best slider he's thrown in a long time. Look at this thing off the table. I don't care who you are, that's a tough one to hit.
Number 8 hitter Tucker Barnhart facing Treinen for the first time. Wow, he's going to use that against the left-hander and just miss. And a 1-0. They've had an on-deck hitter step out, Ivan De Jesus Jr. So if the inning goes any farther, the Nats could be facing the next teammate in the bottom of the 12th inning.
The big windup, Ole Ohlendorfer.
High chopper. Ryan Zimmerman's got it, and he goes right to the bag. The bullpen continues to shine on a Friday night. How about 2 hits, no runs in 5 innings? Heisey will pinch hit for Blake Treinen, who just had a very good top of the inning. And here's our old fan, Ross Ohlendorf.
You see the Arsenal fastball averaging 94. That's the hardest his fastballs averaged since 2007 when he was with the Yankees. Last year it averaged 93. The year before that with the Nats it averaged 92. So he's bringing the heat. Slider change to go with it. Slider 82, changeup 87.
And he'll be throwing to Ramon Cabrera. Reds have a new catcher in there. For Ohlendorf, by the way, his 36th appearance. 38 Ks in 37 innings, 15 walks. So first up, Heisey hitting for Blake Treinen. Now the Nats have only Michael A. Taylor left on the bench. Heisey 1 for 2 career with a double against Ross. And this is shallow center field, and Brandon Phillips plenty of time to get out there. Wilson Ramos is next.
This game's about who gets the second win first, because it's lost its zing for sure. But one swing could change that.
Ramos faces a former battery mate for the first time.
Right, checking the ball.
Ohlendorf made 2 appearances in the Cincinnati series over there. Here she is, Mero Petit. Pitched an inning in the Saturday game, a 6-3 Reds win. An inning scoreless in the Sunday game, a 10-9 Nats win. Dropping that 81 slider to the outside edge. And another one. Outfield, I mean deep. Ramos will put one in front of him. This ball moving away from Adam Duvall. Wilson will stay at first, and the man who came in hitting .340 is 1 for 2 tonight.
He stayed on that slider nice, didn't he?
Boy, I don't know. Can you drain your bench and run for him here?
No.
No, you can't because he's got to catch.
Unless
Sorry.
you want Bryce to catch.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
Or Jason Worth, who was a catcher when he signed.
Yeah, I got to keep reminding ourselves that Ramos cannot be pinch run for because he replaced Lobaton. So top of the order now, Ben Revere. Nats will have to probably get 3 hits to score here, but that's all right. Ben Revere 0 for 3 against Ohlendorf. Inside.
Buffalo could go first to third. Once he gets going, he's hard to stop. He has no brakes. It's like a runaway truck with no brakes.
.2-0 with 1 out. Some lightning in the area, but it's off to the east and the southeast, usually indicating weather has moved past us. Ball game starting 35 minutes late tonight. There's Worth on deck. Ben Revere 2 for 5. In the air to left. Long run for Duvall, but he's there in plenty of time. 2 outs. You know, Ben Revere's hit the ball in the air a couple of times tonight. A couple times on the ground. 2 hits. It's up to Jason Worth in the 10th now. Or rather the 12th. Worth against Ohlendorf. A walk. 0 for 5 strikeouts.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Absolutely, I'm saying it.
He's got the bunt if he wants it. I don't think he's thinking that. That's saw him peek down to third. I don't know if I've ever seen Jason bunt for a hit.
Harper on deck.
I saw him take a peek, though. That was interesting.
Yeah, Suarez is about 110 feet from home plate.
Close shave, 95. I think they were friends when he played here. Go all in on the heater right here if you're Jason. If he throws you anything else, you can have it. Just bet the house on a fastball. Let it rip.
Fastball, but it's low. 3-1.
Same way. You know why? He didn't want to get to Bryce Harper. That's the beauty of having Bryce hit behind you. He has to throw a strike to Jason here, and you're thinking he has to throw a fastball.
Walk puts the runner in scoring position. That's up and in. Jason Worth is aboard for the 3rd time tonight, and now here's Harper.
All right, game on. Here we go.
Bryce, 1 career at bat against Ohlendorf, a line out. 2 for 5 tonight.
So I talked to Bob Henley the other day about having Wilson Ramos on second base. And he says the key to the whole thing is just getting a good primary lead and a good secondary lead. And then at times Wilson could have a better both, especially in this situation. So we'll keep an eye on his lead, his primary lead, and then his shuffle off the base. And the reason why it's a big deal, Bryce hits the ball hard. Wilson doesn't run great. Bob Henley's got to send him here with 2 outs no matter what. And there's some good arms in the Cincinnati outfield. So the game within the game, it's up to Wilson right here to get a huge secondary and score on anything Bryce Harper hits. A lot of times you just focus on the guy getting the hit right now, but you can't pinch run for him. So what do? Get a big lead, get a big secondary.
One 1-0 to Bryce. Long pause, he gets time.
Okay, we're in.
There it goes. If it's fair, it's over. And it's to the right of the pole. Hit speed 102, and it just couldn't stay fair.
Wouldn't matter what kind of secondary Wilson Ramos had there. How close was it? Hard for us to tell where we're sitting. Do not try to catch that.
It's allowed strike 1, counts even.
Woke the crowd up.
Ohlendorf with 88 pulling the string.
I mean, if you hit that first pitch fastball like Bryce did, you basically took that away, I'm thinking, for the rest of the at-bat, right? Why would he throw you that pitch again? It's kind of thought process that goes on for a hitter in these big situations, but you still have to be ready for it.
That one bounces. And Wilson Ramos was getting a good read at second base there. He was about 30 feet off the bag by the time that pitch ended. Got back, and it's 2-2.
Tried to quick pitch him. You see that? Tried to sneak strike 3 by him. It was almost a balk.
2 outs, bottom of the 12th. 2 men aboard. Ramos, the potential winning run. Ohlendorf, a step off. It's been a well-played game on both sides tonight. Well pitched by both ball clubs. Who's going to get the big hit?
Step out.
Harper, fly ball. Nats 3 balls in the air for outs in this 12th inning. And we play on. 9 runners stranded tonight to the 13th in a 2-2 tie. 9th inning. It'll be 9-1-2 for the Cincinnati Reds, and Yusmeiro Petit will be the Nationals' 5th pitcher of the night. 21st appearance, 2.83 the ERA. Been on the mound for the last out of 7 ball games this year. 31 Ks in 41 innings.
Fastball averaging 89, slider curveball change to go with it. And a guy that's not afraid. You're going to throw strikes, he's going to come after you.
Leading off, their catcher, Ramon Cabrera, who's 0 for 1 career against Yusmeiro, gets his first AB tonight. Fair ball, Ryan Zimmerman right there. 1 pitch, 1 out. Top of the order, Zach Cozart and Joey Votto. Last time up with a man at second, 2 outs in the 10th. Zach Cozart with Votto on deck swung at a 3-0 pitch. Did a little spinning grounder down the first base side and didn't run it out. And against Petit, he is 3 for 6 career. Look out, 2 homers, 2 RBIs.
We need some off up here. I'm getting attacked.
We see some creatures up here
I mean,
on humid evenings.
It's like when they do those ocean shows.
Well, that ball was hanging up a little bit, and Cozart way early for it.
You know, they go to the depths of the ocean where you've never seen things before. We're so high, there's bugs up here that you just don't see at sea level.
And you can see some of the flying friends in front of our camera out there in center field. 2-1 pitch. This ball to the right field corner. Long run for Harper. It's going to be foul. And not reachable for Bryce. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And the Braves have scored late to tie the Marlins, who had a lead into the 9th inning. Don't know if Fernando Rodney was involved in that, but we'll find out. So last time I'll send Buck Martinez a text message when they're in the 18th inning.
I thought about that, by the way.
His Blue Jays and the Cleveland Indians 19 and a home run off of infielder Darwin Barney turned out to be the difference.
That's tough, man.
In this situation, the Nats do have a guy who is conditioned to pitch for a while, as Petit appears in the 13th inning. Most relievers do not have that dimension to their game. Rivero and Belisle, the 2 Nats left, and Felipe threw 28 pitches last night, so Dusty really wants to stay away from him. Two balls, 2 strikes. Threw a strike on 3-2. Espinosa had to lay back for it. No problem with that gun. Zach Cozart is 0 for 6 tonight and 1 for his last 26. 2 outs. Now comes a big matchup with Joey Votto.
New fan favorite at Nats Park, Joey Votto. The Joey Bobblehead giveaway day on July 25th.
Don't get him too mad. He's going to get a base hit. Out to the gap. Bryce Harper to cut it off. Votto thinking about two. Good throw gets him, but it bounced up on Danny Espinosa. And Votto a hustle double.
Boy, Bryce played that as good as you could. He cut off the angle, he barehanded the ball, and he threw a bolt right on the money. And just a little too much on it for Danny Espinosa to pick it and go down and get the tag. It's almost like that ball hit on the parking lot. Watch how hard this ball bounces when it hits the dirt. And I don't think Danny expected that. Watch the ball just jump. Boom. Like it was a Super Bowl. Pretty good play by Bryce. Nice swing by
Votto,
Joey
third
Votto.
hit tonight. Yeah, he felt like, hey, let's go for it. And Bryce said, I'm going to get him.
No, you got to go for that every time in the top of the 13th.
2-out hit. Here's Phillips. He's up there hacking. By the way, that was Joey Votto's first career hit in 7 at-bats against Yusmeiro Petit. Phillips is 4 for 11 against him. Wow, that ball into the top step of the dugout near Mike Maddox. Came up throwing as if to go to Zimmerman.
Jack Jones went flying down the stairs. He forgot there was a net there to protect him. Where's you saying, hey, see this thing, it's net that's going to protect you. I mean, he went flying down there.
Yeah, and Dusty behind the net. He knows what's going on. 0-2 to Phillips. Interesting defense. Bryce Harper is well over toward the right field line. 0-2, it's up the middle. Espinosa, look at that. You're hoping he can keep it on the infield, and then he turns it into an out. 7 stranded by the Reds. That boy playing some baseball.
Bottom of the 13th. Daniel Murphy's had a nice night. He had a nice night with the glove the other day with Lucas Giolito. Remember, he saved him that run in the first inning with a sweet play, but the sacrifice fly first at bats, then the sweet 4-6-3 double play that saved a bunch of runs, in my opinion. Might have been a 4-1 ball game without that. And there's one of the 2 doubles for Daniel Murphy. And Dusty Baker would love a 3rd double right here. If he could order it, he would.
34th multi-hit game of the year. 6 for 11 career against Ohlendorf, by the way. Way inside. 3 career RBIs against Ross. A double, a walk.
Better get it in there if you're going to go in. pretty good numbers.
He's going to get the call on the inside edge, 1-2.
We're having a chat with Gary Cederstrom as we show you the replay. He thought it was in.
Yeah, Ohlendorf running it back. Then he pulls the string on the changeup. Ross Ohlendorf, first out, bottom of the 13th. Rendon next.
Pretty good sequence by Ross Ohlendorf to Daniel Murphy. Threw a changeup in that came back, threw a fastball in that came back, and then drops the curveball out of the sky for strike 3.
Rendon 0 for 1 career against Ohlendorf. He's thrown 94, 82, 79, 88.
Rosenbag.
Talk about a guy who has really resurrected his career. It started here. 1-1. Miami and Atlanta have gone to the 10th, tied at 5.
The reason these games go so long when you go into extra innings is it's just hard to focus for this long as a player. You're conditioned to concentrate for 3.5, at the most 4 hours. I mean, that's really stretching it. And then, that's why these games, your concentration, your focus leaves you as a player, and you really got to find a way to reel it back in, get that energy level and that rhythm back you had and that you have every night. Start to get in that daze where you're standing on defense and you're just kind of staring into the strike zone and the ball is hit and you're like, oh, been there, done it a million times. And then when you're at bat, you slap yourself in the face, whatever you got to do, cold water to get that adrenaline back that you had earlier in the game.
Ball game in progress now for about 4 hours and 46 minutes. Actually a little shorter than that because of the delay. And Rendon on an off-speed pitch strikes out. Ryan Zimmerman.
Well, Ross knows that Ryan doesn't swing at the first pitch a lot. He played with him. This would be a good time as any to just sit on a first pitch fastball and let it rip.
Well, he has 2 career hits against Ohlendorf, and both of them are home runs. He didn't get a first pitch fastball, did he? Zimmerman hits it hard. Backhand. Zach Cozart. Good play by him. To the 14th. 2-2. It'll be Jay Bruce, Adam Duvall, and Eugenio Suarez against Yusmeiro Petit, who gave up a double to Joey Votto last inning. Got through the 13th on 13 pitches, 7 strikes. So Bruce 0 for 5 tonight. And against Petit, career 1 for 5 with 1 RBI. Off to the left, strike 1.
Well, they just announced between innings that the fireworks got canceled and everybody's bummed. Guess there's a noise ordinance
There
in
is,
town?
yeah, there's a residential neighborhood off to the west of us, and District of Columbia has noise ordinances for those sort of things. It's happened here in the past. Years ago, the Nats used to have Friday night fireworks every homestand, and it got a little tough. It's disappointing, but we've got quite a ball game going on here. 2-2, 14th inning. No way to anticipate that, and that ball is scorched off to the left side.
Yeah, nothing you can do about that. What if they just shot him off like right before the curfew? Just during the game. Between innings, just let them all rip at once. Just press the all at once button.
Did he go? He did. Called out by Gary Cederstrom and Petit. First strikeout. The hitters would not be able to hear people hurling abuse at them, the Reds hitters. So Jay Bruce 0 for 6 tonight. Just a tough night for the hitters, the way these guys have been pitching. And this is a night at the ballpark when we thought the ball might be flying.
Yeah.
With the showers that moved through earlier, the humidity, and the heavy air that the ball often rides right out of here. So here's Duvall 2 for 5. That's on the outside edge. Adam Duvall, career 1 for 1 with a home run against Petit. That was a leadoff shot in the bottom of the 8th inning, June 3rd at Cincinnati. Reds were already ahead 6-2. He added at that time his 15th of the year. Jumbo Diaz. And right now for the Nats, maybe anybody but Ross Ohlendorf, the way he's been throwing. 2 scoreless innings.
Well, based on numbers alone and not seeing the Reds a whole lot, if you'd have told me tonight was going to be a battle of the bullpens, I would say huge advantage Nats.
Sure. One, two, and that ball scorched to left. Worth right there.
And no bright stuff in his eyes.
2 outs, he tells Ben Revere. Next up, Suarez.
He couldn't see Ben the other night after he caught that one of the lights. I mean, how long would it take to send all the fireworks up at once? Like a minute, maybe? It's probably what, a 20-minute show.
I don't know. That might be computer overload. And
just do it.
who knows where they might end up.
I think that would be the coolest fireworks show ever for a minute if you just hit them all at once.
That one cutting a little bit outside to Eugenio Suarez. 3 for 5 tonight. 0 for 1 against Petit career. In the air, playable right side, Ryan Zimmerman. Yusmeiro Petit, this is his kind of situation. Bottom 14, Espinoza. Then the pitcher's spot could be Petit, then Ramos.
So she's fading. Screeches around somewhere. Wait. Fading. She was almost out.
Born earlier today, they came right from the hospital to this game, and it's going for a while. How about the bullpens? Each giving up 3 hits, no runs. The Nats haven't even walked anybody. It's been outstanding for Solis, Kelly, Perez, Trinan, and now 2 innings for Yusmeiro Petit. 24 pitches, 18 strikes. Ross Ohlendorf still on the mound because the Reds never got down to the pitcher's spot to hit. The Nats will, and Petit is on deck. It would be ideal for Danny Espinoza to get on base here and let Yusmeiro bunt him over.
Oh, almost out cold.
Danny Espinoza, 1-for-1 career with a home run against Ross Ohlendorf. So only 390 pitches tonight. That's because it's 13.5 innings, but there hasn't been a brutal appearance by any pitcher tonight. Oh, he's going to wear one, and now the winning run's on base. I mean, Danny didn't have to try to get hit by that. That followed him. So Espinoza, 13th time hit this year.
Game on. Hey, there's no dodgeball in the bottom of the 14th. And there never really is for Danny. So leadoff man on the hard way, and it's up to Yusmeiro to try to bunt Danny's wheels to second base. I'm looking at my scorecard. In an extra innings, there's been 11 outs recorded by the fly ball. What's that tell me? Everyone's trying to go deep.
Yeah.
Maybe a bunt right here and a manufactured run is the way to go. We'll see.
Yusmeiro Petit, as a big league hitter, has 7 sacrifice bunts. Just for the fun of it, 6 hits and 116 at bats. And the Nats need him to come through. And with the games he's pitched over the years, long relief, he's been in this situation before where 90 feet means the world.
Started a lot of games for the Giants too. You get the luxury wheels at first base. You just have to make the first bounce be in the dirt. Danny will take care of the rest.
Yeah, he's 4 for 4 this year. Cabrera, 1 for 12 caught stealing. That's going to be in the air, and Joey Votto's going to make the adjustment and grab it. Now it's up to Ramos and Revere. Wilson Ramos, the second man Ohlendorf faced when he came in 12th inning, and with one out, Wilson a clean single down the left field line.
I don't know if those are buffalo horns, but at this hour, I'll take it. Outfield deep, anything through is a first and third scenario.
Espinosa running, good jump, but is it a foul tip? Evidently it is, because Cabrera never went after the ball, and Gary Cederstrom immediately handed him a new one.
It is a great jump by Espinosa. A lot of hitters will take strikes in this situation when they see a jump like that, and maybe Wilson was thinking, if I shoot a gap, the game's over. He started, but Espinosa had that bag stolen easily.
Your recollection of Ohlendorf, did he hold runners well when he was a Nat?
Not really. Pretty deliberate to the plate. He varies his looks. He can speed it up if he wants, and he'll probably do it right here.
He gave Danny a Z move. One low. His mid-80s off-speed stuff has been really effective for swings and misses.
It's a new one. Rally hat on, I like it. Danny's still trying to get a jump down there. Ohlendorf sped up his delivery on the last pitch, and he took a few steps and stopped.
Running left side with the grounder. 2 outs. Espinosa gets to scoring position. Up to the contact man now, Ben Revere, who hit a fly ball to left against Ohlendorf last time.
Stayed out of the double play. And now Ben Revere has a chance to be a hero. If you're Brian Price, well, they're going to talk about it. Do you want Ben Revere, or do you feel better right on right with Jason Worth? You said Jason's numbers against Ohlendorf last time, they weren't good. So what are they going to do right here? Wheels turning. Was he 0 for 5 with 5 strikeouts?
0 for 5, drew, 5 strikeouts, and then drew the walk last time.
That's why you're seeing this trip right here.
Lefty contact hitter, or right-handed guy with pop.
Somebody said something funny.
So we update Revere's numbers against Ohlendorf. 0 for 4 with that fly ball. Ohlendorf had 38 pitches in his 3rd inning of work. They're trying to get Ben to hit another fly ball.
Maybe Jason's bullet in the 7th, 105-mile-an-hour seed to shortstop, is influencing the decision right here to pitch to Ben Revere. Game was on the line then, too.
Revere to right center. That ball is well hit and off the scoreboard. Nationals win. Nationals win in 14. And that is 6 in a row.
That ball was crushed. They're picking up Ben Revere.